Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships for round number 2. It's the second one, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2. So welcome to the stream. Hope you've enjoyed the music that we've been having for God knows how long. To make sure the audio mix is correct, because you know me, I never get it correct. So welcome to all the viewers that are currently watching at the moment. Like I said, welcome to round number 2. As we have practice currently underway. 4 cameras, well technically 3 cameras, but as per usual, I've still not adjusted that one. But at least there's no rain in the between the camera at the minute. Because it is dry, I'm going to jinx the weather, but it is looking mighty fine at the moment. But 3 camera angles covering Clay Pigeon Raceway once again. Unlike last time, I actually have put 2024 instead of 2023 on the graphic overlay. But there it is. Let's just slightly reduce the music ever so slightly. So, another month has already passed. It feels like only yesterday I was doing round 1. That's scary on its own. If you don't know who I am, you just have to look at the bottom of the screen. Now, my name is Alex, and I'm going to be commentating for the whole coverage of today's racing. You can find me on my Instagram, which is on there. If you want to look at my Instagram, not many people do. There it is at the bottom if you want to. I do have a TikTok as well, but I will eventually update that overlay at some point soon. But yes, we're on for another championship battle. But let's first of all swap to this camera angle and let's give you round 2's program of events. So the running order is Honda Cadets, Rotax Cadets, and we are joined today by the Formula Blues in the senior form, it is anyway. Then we got the senior Rotax and junior Rotaxes in the same order as last time. And then your race durations for this weekend is same as normal. 10-minute practice, 8-minute heats plus a lap. And finals are 12 minutes plus a lap. So that is your round 2 program of events for this weekend. So hopefully you're all enjoying your weekend so far. Today is Mother's Day. So I've ditched my mother and come to karting instead. So that sounds bad. We're still commentating. I'm commentating for my mother. Yeah, so happy Mother's Day, Mum. She's not watching, but happy Mother's Day, Mother. What do you say, really? So are these drivers racing for themselves or their mothers? Who knows? But we race on today. So we've got quite a huge grid in a couple of the categories this weekend, as the Junior Rotax nearly reaches 30 once again. It is awesome to see. You'll be able to see all of that on the Pigeon Kart Club website as you boot up very slowly. See the animations. There it is. We go to the entry list for round number 2. We have 88 drivers altogether. Senior Rotax is at 20. I think it's 23, and then Junior Rotax 28. Let's just confirm how many are actually out on track. Well, we've got 27 out on track, so that is a huge grid once again. We've got 10 Senior Blues, so they're here a couple of times this week. As well. They're going to be here a few times this championship season. Just a reminder for that. They're here, obviously, this one. They'll be back with us in July, and then they finish out in September for round 8, and they're here for the finale this year in round number 10. Air ambulance is quite low. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. That's the air ambulance. Not for us. We'll touch wood. But yeah, that's quite a low flying thing. But back to what I was saying, we also are joined this year by FP4 World Formulas and also F100. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. So get ready for that later this year. FP4's in round 5 and the F100's in round number 7, which doesn't include... There it is again, it's doing circles and laps. Is it landing nearby? That's getting lower. Where's that? That's definitely our ambulance, isn't it? That's landing in the field nearby. I'm literally real close. Hang on, flight radar. God, this is interesting. Screw the racing. I've been logged out. No. No, why am I in North America? I just want to know what's nearby. Oh, it's not on radar. Well, that's an interesting start. I was not expecting that today. I think that was air ambulance. They're not on the radar though. They normally are. Are they? Oh, maybe not. Add loading. That's that done. Sorted. The jumper's coming off. It's already that time of the day. Right, let's get to the grids then as we get into our first lot of heats. Speaking of Hondas, Matthew Way Racing says, good luck to Arthur Way in the Honda Cadets. Thank you, Matthew's Way Racing, for that comment. Obviously, if you do want to support any of your drivers, pop them into the chat. It'll be much appreciated, I'm sure, by all of the drivers that are participating this weekend. Now, as I will now remember... Please don't stop the music, tough. The music ends. And we get going to kickstart off this weekend. Please don't stop the music. It's 2 minutes to 11. I normally like this later in the day. But we've got Arthur Way and Daniel Barton on the front row with Shaylin S. and Charlie White on the second row, Devin Gills and Jacob Leatherby on the third row, Luke McGaul, Oliver Ratton on row 4, and Nikita Roberts and Joseph Davies round out your 5 rows. The two Finleys, spelled differently, on row number 6, and then Alex Roach at the back. Darren Weaver, morning Alex, please stop singing. No. Okay, Darren. Go to key to number 63 from the Isle of Man. From Hong Kong Fui. She's starting in 9th position on the 5th row. So let's see how it goes out through today. Currently 33 viewers so far. So hello to all 33 of you. Thank you for tuning in on Mother's Day. Rather quiet outside. Maybe I shouldn't have stopped that music just yet. Oh, Joe and Simon having a quick marathon. Never seen Joe run so fast in my life. Go on, Joe. Oh, he ain't going to be on a camera angle, is he? Disaster. Oh, he would have been on that one. I forget I got that one. That one's actually the most highest quality camera that we have in this setup. I stream in 1080p, but all the cameras are a bit lower than that. Why is there a Fanta can on the floor? There's so much rubbish in here, I need to sort it out. And it's not from me either. I am the tidiest commentator, I'll have you know. It is so warm, I can feel it already. It's turned into a hot box. Right, here we go. Let me remember me buttons to press. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. No changes to the live stream looks. You don't need to. I've been flashbanged by my watch.
That is Rotax Cadets to the Donning Grid. Please can you also bring your slick tyres so they can get scanned and stamped as well, please? That is bringing your slick tyres with you so they can get scanned and stamped as well. Thank you.
So yes, sir. Oh, whoops. Right, anyway, let's get into the Honda Cadets first heat of round number 2. Let's see how this plays out over the course of the next 8 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, kicking it off. We are underway for the Honda Cadet heat number 1. Now we can not see perfectly into biddies, but everyone's still on circuit. Out in front is the number 58. That is Daniel Barton. Strong start here from Barton out in front. And around we come to the horseshoe in second position at the moment. So number 12, Charlie White. And another familiar battle potentially happening. Luke McGool in number 15 in third. But let's see if that changes as we launch into the top bend down the main straight. Running order on the left-hand side. So it's Daniel Barton, Charlie White, Luke McGool, Arthur Way, Nikita Roberts, a fantastic start there from 9th up into 5th. Finney Thursfield, Oliver Ratton, Shaylin S, Joseph Davies, Finney Ormshaw, Devin Gills, and then Alex Roach, the only novice in this grid for the Honda Cadets. As a minute already passed by. So Nikita Woodard looking to go down the inside before the horseshoe. Entrance promotes herself up into P4. Nikita making early moves, early doors. As we come down the main straight, we are looking all over the place for the top 3. So Luke McGould now has the lead, followed by Charlie White, then Daniel Barton. So Charlie's just stayed in the middle. As we go through the S's, the 15 now, the 58. So Charlie's dropped down into P3. So it's constantly changing at the front there. And who is that in P4? That is the 47, Arthur Wayne. Nikita Roberts has dropped back a few positions here as she settles in the midfield. We'll keep an eye on that one, but your top 4, I don't think they're going to be caught in by much. So the top 4, all within a second of each other. That is crazy as we're side by side before the S's. Fourth onto third. Through they go. And that is Arthur Way up into P3. As Daniel Barton drops down to P4 now. Bit of a gap between P4. It's all that side by side. Coming out of the hairpin. Between the 47 and the 58. And Barton's really on the attack. Early doors as they both push each other wide for the right-hander. Which just gives a nice little bit of a gap between Luke McGall and Charlie White. As we come down the main straight here. Fastest lap now on your screens as well. That goes to Arthur Way here. Now, if you're watching on the live timing screens at home, so not the live stream timings, but the Alpha Live ones, you'll notice we have sector times. And Arthur Way is just setting a fastest sector 1 of the race so far. So Arthur Way already caught back up to the front 2 of McGall and White. As we come down the main straight here, looks like Charlie now in the lead, followed by McGall and Way, but Arthur Way is right behind. So there's no room for error between the front pack here. Again, still all 3 of those within a second of each other. You've got Daniel Barton and Finley Thursfield slightly behind. And more of a pit manoeuvre down at the hairpin there between the 58 and the 47 there. So the 12 goes through, followed by the 58 now. As Luke McGall drops all the way down to 10th position. So back to the front runners, which is changing once again, as that looks like the 47 and the 58. Daniel Barton off the way. So it was Luke McGall that ended up in that bit of a hairpin, but nevertheless coming back down the main straight with just over 3 minutes left on the clock. We're over halfway, and Charlie White currently leading by 2.5 seconds. So down the hairpin, very close again with the 58. Touch sideways coming out of the hairpin. But nevertheless, it's really close in that mid-pack here. You got 6 drivers off the grid from the 58 downwards, so from 3rd all the way down to 8th. That is a tight pack between all 6 of them. Through the S's they go, down the back straight, led by the 72. So now led by the 72, I should really be saying. So they go around the hairpin. As the one in the orange helmet, let's just get that number, the 76. Joseph Davis a little bit slow around the hairpin. Dropping back slightly, but still maintaining with it. Side by side of the exit of the top bend. Went between the 74 and 58. Daniel Barton getting in quite a few battles this race. As we go through the S's between that midfield pack and down the back straight. As at the moment it is still firm with Charlie White out in front. And very closely followed by Arthur Way. When I say closely followed, it's still a 2-second gap. Plenty of time. As it's a bit touch and go at the exit of the horseshoe there between 2 drivers. As one will now be dropping back down the order. Told you it was close in that midfield pack, and unfortunately at the horseshoe, too close, as it looks like Daniel Barton down to P10 due to a bit of touch and go at the horseshoe there. So Bickle and Daniel Barton, both top runners at the start of this race, now at the back of the pack. Not to their own fault, unfortunately, but that's not my decision. But down the main straight we go for Charlie White. 18 seconds left on the clock. 1.8 is the gap. So Arthurway is charging down. 41.39 is the fastest from him. As there's only one alpha message so far. It's from earlier. So down we come then for the last lap of this race. There's Ryan's head. As we come round to the Billies, I'll get the name eventually, through the S's for Charlie White, and down the back straight we go. Keeping an eye on this mid-pack of 4 here, where the 72, 22, 76 and 23 are positioned. We'll see if there's any changes between those 3, but it looks like your top 3 of Whiteway and Ormshaw. Kenny Ormshaw making up some positions here under the radar. But coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, comes your winner for heat number 1, and it goes to Charlie White, followed by Arthurway, then Finley Ormshaw. Fastest out there was Arthurway with a 41.39 at the end of that race. So some good progress there from Arthurway. Was a whole 10th quicker than Charlie White's fastest. So some strong, so very strong there from that driver. As Alex Roach, the novice, goes over the line. Just a reminder that all the results that you see on this YouTube live stream is provisional. And you'll be able to find those full results on the Alpha Timing page. Right, let's go for the grid for the Rotax Cadet, as we will update the description of this YouTube live stream for you. Actually, I'll pop it in the link. The results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. Give you a direct link to round number 2. So in the chat shortly, you'll be able to click this one, and you'll be able to view. Hey. Should be able to click that link, I believe. Can you click it? Oh, I don't think you can. Well, I'll sort that out in a minute. Guess you can't post links on the YouTube channel, I don't know. That's odd. I copied the whole description as well.
Formula blue to the dummy grid. That is Formula blue to the dummy grid. Please can you also bring your slick tyres so they get scanned and stamped as well. That is also bringing your slick tyres so they get scanned.
Elijah West saying great racing, wish I was there. Maybe next month, Elijah? And good luck to Dewey and Stanley. Paul Maben saying good luck to DM Racing and Jack Maben. They are later on. So it's a false start to begin with. So full starting the race just to get the back runners to the front runners. Just to get these lot all lined up with one another. Went around the hairpin. And the horseshoe. I did it already. Right then, let's see if we can get going. Second time lucky. Quick sip of a drink. And I've returned. Right, so coming down the main straight then. Towards the acceleration line, and we are underway for race number 1 for the Rotax Cadets this time though. Very tight at the front. A few swaps early doors, but out the front is the 78 followed by the 44. Dewey Hawkridge leading the way. Out the exit of the S's. Does go a little bit wide at the exit of the hairpin towards the horseshoe. So the 44 right on the rear here. 44 Stanley Stafford. So from the top bend down the main straight we go. Your running order will be on the left hand side of the screen as always. So Stafford followed by Hawkridge, Fisher, Coupland, Weston, Riggs, Kaplan, Lovell with number 70, Tomsit, and then Richards at the end there. Richards a little bit further behind the pack. Got 5 novices in the Rotax Cadets, so great to see a lot of new drivers, but also returning new drivers as well. Not all of these are new to the series. Louis Lovell, Kirk Kaplan, Oakley Riggs even. They were all here in round number 1. So it's the 78 followed by the 81, 44, 43, 27. And we've got a little bit of a mid-pack area here, which consists of the 27, 31, the 88 and 23. So it's Oakley, Riggs, Kurt Kaplan, Louis Lovell, who I think is at the back of that pack of 4 at the minute. So I get the cameras onto there. So your leaders are split away from this pack of 4. We'll keep an eye on the battle for 3rd position between Stafford and Coupland. As the 43 goes for the outside, well, looks on the outside, but doesn't go for it fully. Doesn't commit. Stays behind. Through the S's, down the back straight they go. We're going into a pack of 2 for that pack of 4 that we had earlier in that midfield. And best lap going to Marley Fisher at the moment, 40.81. So come around the horseshoe. Down the main straight we come, and look at our front runners here, the 78 and the 81. Very close between each other. 0.07 is that gap, but it's not anymore. Just before the S's, the 81 gets ahead of the 78. Fisher now leads the way in this race, but only by a very slim margin. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Just look at them swapping position on the timing screen. Third and 4th going through the S's there, and it looks like Louis Lovell's caught up to the 27 and 88. Morgan Weston and Kurt Kaplan. They're going into the hairpin now. As it's near, it was going to be 3 wide for a slight second there, but Kurt Kaplan now ahead of the 27 at the exit of the hairpin. Meanwhile, we're going back side by side between the 81 and 78. Dewey Hawkridge nearly taken to the grass to get ahead. That's a tight battle up front, through the S's, down the back straight, coming up to one of our back markers in this race. The first set of blue flags. Going to the number 16 of Max Tomsit. As he darts to the outside of the track very momentarily. The 81 getting caught behind slightly. So there's gaps formed there to begin with. As they come through for another go here. So the 78 still leads the way. Marley Fisher now over half a second ahead. A lot of drivers improving their best out here. The track was a bit damp this morning. It is drying up slowly. There's still a bit of a puddle. The entrance of the horseshoe. It's always interesting, that one. So 2 minutes 35. As Marley Fisher must have some pace out there because he's already starting to catch. Just set the race best of a 40.46, fastest lap of this race. As they go through the S's, down the back straight. He is catching quickly. Closing at pretty much every single corner so far. As third and fourth looks like they've come towards the 38, our second back marker of Oscar Richards. So down we come. Here's the gap for you all. So down to 3/10, 40.37. Once again, another quick lap here by Marley Fisher. And he is now right on the rear of our leader here with 1.5 minutes left to go. So not too much time remaining in this race, but still need to defend here as we come down the main straight for the 78 and 81. I love hearing the tannoys a lot because of the new speakers, but it does put me off. It sometimes distracts me. I'm like, oh, what's going on? Speaking of what's going on, not much at the minute in this race. Everyone's settled for a second. As we come down the main straight for our leaders here, Hockridge and Fisher. 40.18. There is a tenth between the front two. Marley Fisher only inches quicker. So the next time they get round to the start finish, we'll be entering our last lap of this race. And they are not the only two up front runners. It is for the position for third as well, because Stafford and Coupland are right on it as well. So keep tabs. That's a mental note to myself. We'll keep tabs on that one, but we're on to the last lap of this race now, as indicated on the top of your screens. And by Ryan on the bottom left of your screen. So down the back straight we go for our front runners. 44 and the 43 going through. The 31 of Oakley Riggs. Nearly, if he had a couple more laps, probably would have caught up with third and fourth. They've been battling. But it is the front runners that we'll have to keep an eye on here, because as we come down the main straight here, and we come towards the checkered flag for the number 78 of Dewey Hockridge, and coming down the main straight, it's nearly side by side for Ethan Coupland and Stanley Stafford. Did they swap places? I want to know. They did. At the end there, Coupland takes third. Stanley Stafford takes fourth. That will explain the hand to the steering wheel. On the last lap, it happened. See, I told you I'd miss that going through. Elijah was saying, well done, Dewey. Well done indeed. Right then, to our guest class then for this weekend, as we go for the Senior Blues Heat 1. So on the front row is Steve Groves and race car emoji Max Gunter race car emoji. Davey Goody and Nigel Vickery on the second row. David Watts, the O plates, and Michael Bell on row 3. Paul Alexander and Harry Smithson on row 4. And then Anthony Cleal and Callum Jobson on your 5th and final row. Only 10 senior blues this year. I thought we had more than that last year. Oh, top novice in the Rotax Cadets went to Oakley Riggs. But don't forget, everything is provisional on this live stream. So don't take my word for it. Right then, so coming out onto the grid then is the Senior Blues for their first appearance this year. Earlier appearance, I believe, from last year.
Attention the pits, please can I have senior Rotax to the dummy grid? That is senior Rotax.
I thought there was someone behind me, but I can hear the radios from downstairs.
Slip tyres so they can get scanned and stamped as well, please. That is bring your slick tyres so they can get stamped and scanned as well, please. That is through the holding bay. Thank you.
Make sure to bring your tyres, because you need them. Almost slick-worthy weather out there. My unprofessional opinion. Right, down the main straight we come, and we're underway for the Senior Blues for their first heat. As the orange spins out there, down the back straight is the 7, followed by the 8. Steve Groves, followed by Max Gunter. And it was a number 4 that spun down at the Billy's first bend. See, I'm losing my train of thought with the tannoy. Right, left hand side is where the running order is, which does include emojis on this occasion. So Steve Groves, followed by Max Gunter, followed by Michael Bell, Harry Smithson, Watts, Vickery, Cleal, Goody, Jobson, and then Alexander. So around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe next, as it's a slap on the brakes. A bit of a left hand slap. Yeah, left hand slap into the horseshoe for our race leader at the moment. So Michael Bell, Max Gunter, Steve Groves. Some strong pace here from Bell at the early doors of this race as they go down the back straight. And a bit of a tap to the radiator for Michael Bell as we go down into the horseshoe. The number 2 aggressively using those brakes to get him turned into the corners. As we go from the top bend, down the main straight we come. As the number 3 in third, right on the inside of Billy's. Is it going to be a classic switcheroo? No. Doors were shut for the number 8 to get back through again, but the O-plate getting ahead of the 7. That's Watts ahead of Groves. So the top 6 still within touching distance of each other as we go around the horseshoe. Some real fast pace action here for the Senior Blues. Lapping around 37, 36 second laps here. As it's 2x2x2. Down the main straight we come. It's 2 quicks. It's the number 2 and 3. And again, the 3 down the inside. Is he going to shut the door? No, because the 2 is on the inside. Just before the S's. They're side by side through the S's. Slows them right down as in 8 and O-plate get involved now. As they come into the hairpin. As it's a slap on the brakes. Skid. And he's dropped down to 4th there. It didn't work out. It's 5th now. The number 2 there. Michael Bellett worked at the start, but in that occasion it is too much momentum down into P5. So that gives Smithson the lead. Gunter 2nd. David Watts into 3rd. Cleo, then Bell for that change. Another change as well at the S's. The O-Plate making another move up the field into 2nd position here. As we go to the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe we go. The number 2 in 5th position here. Oh, wrong camera. We'll get there eventually. There it is. Right. So, not too much changes here as Cleo and Gunter together. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And just looking at the number 2, holding off the 7 and 72 here. Around the horseshoe we go. The 7 trying the inside, the 2 on the outside. The 2 nearly in for the inside at 2, but unfortunately does drop a position here as the O-Plate here. David Watts showing his fast pace around Clay Pigeon with a 35.55 as the fastest lap that lap. So through the S's, down the back straight. The O-Plate right behind the number 3. So around the horseshoe we go. The one of Cleo just watching the race unfold in front of him as we come down the main straight. As the O-Plate looks to the left, looks to the right, stays behind. Around Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. As the O-Plate looking at different potential opportunities. Sticks behind for the time being as we continue forward. So from the top bend we go. Is Watts going to have enough pace here? And at the moment does not. So there's been no changes between that front 2. 2:20 on the clock. You can notice Cleo starting to close that gap up as well. So we're going towards the top bend here. Ready for lap 10. As it is side by side this time though. Is Watts going to have enough pace here? And it looks like Smithson has enough top speed, enough top end to stay out in front of David Watts. So this could get interesting here. Anthony Cleo second behind Watts. Still no changes on the fastest lap of this race so far. So to the top bend we go. Watts going to try it again. At the current time, it is a no. So it's just a waiting game between these two. Watching them through the circuit. Watts going for the inside at the hairpin. Does he manage to stay out in front? And he does this time round. Stays out in front and almost puts a couple of tenths ahead straight off the bat as he flies up towards the top bend here. Check out the gap that he's already formed early doors, but remembering Watts does have a bit more top end speed here down the main straight. So the gap is 5 tenths. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. So Smithson with a bit of advantage on the straights, but not too much on the corners here. There's 17 seconds left on the clock as well. As just a little bit on the midfield. The 8 and the 7 were side by side at the exit of the hairpin. That was a loud noise. It's weird to call the midfield 4th to 6th. There's the number 3, Smithson. His exhaust has given up. I wonder what that sound was, and it was Smithson's exhaust just before the end of the race. So we come to the last lap here of this race. We can really hear that exhaust. You forget how loud they are without any baffles in. So it's Watts followed by Cleal. Then it'll be Gunter, Groves, Jobson. Go to Michael Bell in 6th. So late drama in this race. As the number 3 heads into the pits, everyone's promoted up, and one person that's going to have no battle for first position, taking the checkered flag, is going to be the O-plate of David Watts for heat number 1 for the Senior Blues. Anthony Clear will take 2nd, and it's close between these 3, but it's Gunter followed by Groves, then Jobson for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But some last lap stuff there, and Smithson retiring before the last lap of this race. Dan Weaver saying Lou and I are supporting Nigel, the Gunner victory. Finished P7. Hiya Lou. I don't want to say hi to Darren. Love you really, Darren. Right, to the grid then for the next race, and the second biggest race I think this is. I think there's more, just slightly more juniors. Once again, the 177s are on the back of the senior Rotax. Unfortunately, not enough 177s once again. Where have you gone? I think Sam Iddles is a 177. I can't remember. But your front row will be Robert Simpson and Bertie Wellesley. Everyone loves a bit of Bertie. Bit of Bertie action. He's been here since Friday. Vlogged every day on his Instagram. So let's see how this one goes to kickstart off what could potentially be a very busy race. I was noticing during the practice session, Birrell have so many out there on the grid. I think there's like 5 or 6 of them, I think. Get your tires. Good luck, George, Jacob, and Sam, says Natalie Rainsbury. As we kickstart off for the start of this race here for the Senior Rotax Heat number 1. As the number 12 starting a little bit later behind everybody. Taking the lead at the moment is Bertie Wellesley. Brace yourselves, people. As we go into the hairpin, it's a spin for 1 and 2 others off. So quite a few off. Well, only 3 off, so that's put the few down to the back. You'll see who's affected shortly through the timing. So on the left-hand side, takes up a lot more of the screen when there's more drivers. I absolutely love it. So it's Wellesley, followed by Edgecombe, Flan, Simpson, Crockett, Mitchell, Bradfield, Thacker, Martin, Swanson is your top 10. Remember trying to do that with the full names, and that takes a lot more breath. That's easier. Right, so a bit of a lead here for Bertie here, with a 1.1 second gap so far. Right behind him, though, is Edgecombe and Flan. Those two are right on each other's back doors as in 4th position. Currently holding the grid. It's a 24 and the 75. As the 75 looked for the inside. Didn't have it though, as it was instantly shut off. So through the S's they go. So it's the 24, 75 and 88. Cameron Crockett in that lot as well. So keeping an eye on it as down the inside, a little bit forceful, goes the 75 on the 24 there. Promoting him up a position, but knocking him down a few, as Crockett takes advantage of that as well. So there's a few changes in that grid there. All the changes on your screen as well. The gap isn't closing as quick as Edgecombe likes at the moment to Bertie Wellesley, who's still comfortably with a second lead here, as I think the 22 and 25 are somewhat working with each other to catch up with Bertie early doors. So down the main straight we comes that driver of Bertie. Don't know why I said it like that. Down to a second, so it is closing. Fastest lap goes to Rufus Flan in P3. Ever so slightly quicker than Billy Edgecombe. How that happens when he's behind, no idea. As Jamie Burt down in the back, near the back of the pack, making a few positions. Meanwhile, at the hairpin, taking a look at one of the, I think that's one of the Birrell carts. The 34 went wide, lost a couple of positions there. But just keep an eye on this strong pace early doors from Billy Edgecombe and Rufus Flan. Someone just tapped my window. The gap now under a second. So nearing under 5 minutes. So 4 minutes 50 left on the clock. 8/10 is the gap. As a bin faints in the background. So still moving forward in this race. The 61 down the inside of the 24. 24 losing a couple of positions during this race so far. Through the S's. Down the back straight we go for those. The 17 right on the rear end. Yellow's waving at Billy's as I think it's the 74 of Henry Swanson. No, it's the 76, sorry, of Ennis Warlock, who spun down at Billy's. But meanwhile, though, check the gap. It's 6/10. Billy Edgecombe is absolutely flying in this first half of this race into the second half of the race. Looking back behind them, it's double Birrell Art, followed by Cameron Crockett. Sam Mitchell and Arthur Thacker. So down the main straight we come. Keep an eye on that gap on the left-hand side. 2/10. Edgecombe closing quick to Wellesley. Through the S's. Down the back straights. As Edgecombe now going to possibly be challenging for this lead. Bertie now has clocked onto Edgecombe's presence and now defending that first position. So down the main straight we come. Which is going to be quicker down the main straight? Edgecombe looking for the inside. Bertie left it open. Tried to keep that inside for Billy's, but Bertie goes down to P2. Through the S's. Down the back straight we go. And the 25 right on the rear now here of Wellesley. Still a high paying position. Down the inside he goes. A bit of a dive bomb. They touch. Wellesley losing a bit of momentum there. So Wellesley, Edgecombe, Flan, that's all changed. And now Mitchell and Thacker have joined Bertie Wellesley for the battle for P3. So there's your changes there. On screen. Luckily for the two drivers, that didn't affect either of their races too much. As down the inside goes Thacker or Mitchell, I believe. As those two swap positions. as we catch up to one of our back markers as well in this race, with 1 minute 46 left on the clock. That back marker being our novice of Sam Iddles. Down the inside goes the 22 of Edgecombe on our back marker here. Wellesley managing to keep up roughly to Flan. Half a second, sorry, is the gap. As the back marker trying to keep out of the way on the corners. That is a tough spot to try and keep out of the way in the corners. So down the main straight we come. Wellesley still half a second behind second place here. Edgecombe is cleared by 1.6 seconds. Couple of changes last lap. With Tribe getting ahead of Bradfield and Martin getting ahead of Simpson. Darting down the inside goes the 17 on the 54, I believe that was. That might be the 74. But hey. So 23 seconds remain. Your leader stays the same as Edgecombe trying to get ahead of the 61 of Ben Johnson. Give you the right camera and go at home. Just noticing a lot of people, there's been a change to the rear bumpers. So I've just noticing everyone with a bit of a colour choice on the back of their bumpers. That is really cool, actually. If you want to check out what did change, go to the Pigeon Kart Club Facebook page. And it's an update from the scrutineers for this one. Meanwhile, 25 and 40, a bit of a gap's going to be gathering as Ben Johnson trying to get out of the way before the top bend. Last lap though here for heat number 1. Edgecombe leading by nearly 2 seconds. It's 1.99. It's not 2 seconds yet. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. And the 14 right on the rear of Wellesley here. To the side and in front. Right on the end there, but is Bertie going to do the switch back? He's trying, but he's still locked on the outside. Is he going to have more grip on the outside at the moment? No. I missed it all on the live stream. I apologise. But coming down the main straight and taking the checkered flag, it's going to be to Billy Edgecombe, followed by Flan, Thacker right at the last lap. Wellesley, Mitchell, Hughes, Crockett, Bradfield, Tribe, Maidment. That is your top 10. And taking the fastest lap in this race goes to Jamie Burt in 12th position of a 33.55. Just waiting for the last few to cross the line there. But once again, the senior Rotax providing us with some non-stop action-packed racing here. And it is great to see. Absolutely love it. Just like I love commentating on the junior Rotax. Another big grid as always. It must be the year for juniors because we have 27 of them. 7 of them novices as well. So Lucas Reeves and Nathan Travers on the front row with Max Chown and Jasmine Taylor on the second row. Absolutely love it. Albert Wilton and Bella Fairclough on row 3 with Rudy Winslow Morton and Maxim Smith on row 4. Jada Mead and Kian Downer on the 5th and final row. That's a name I've not seen for a while, Fairclough. God, people grow up so quickly. I remember when she was in cadets. Probably felt like last year as well. Time absolutely flies. Natalie Rainsbury said, "Good luck, Arthur. I forgot he's in seniors." I've only just clocked that one. P3, provisionally. Ava Morris is out there once again. Starting down in 18th position for heat number 1. Obviously, all the heats are random. Leslie Lawton back in again. Wilf Mogridge. Is this his first or second? I don't know if he's done one before. Has he? I see him all the time up here, and I forget if this is his first one. Matthew Whitmarsh. That's a new name, I think. I believe this is his first race. I think. Was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was him that did his ARCS test on Friday. But good luck to all of our novices as always. A couple of them are actually quite quick. So we'll see what progression they make through this race. As I cough away. My nephew's kindly given me a nice little bit of a cough and a cold, so it's quite nice. I was like, typical. Right before round 2, again. Always happens before a club round. I always seem to get either ill or something else. It's like round 3. I've just come back from a holiday after that one. It's a holiday. As the juniors come out and to play for the formation lap. Hey, Patrick Quirk once again. Czech Republic watching as always. F1 because of Ramadan. Yeah, that happened yesterday. The race happened yesterday. It's quite crazy. Ollie Behrman beating Lewis Hamilton in a race. Never thought I would meant to say that. I never thought I would be saying Lewis Hamilton was beaten by an F2 driver. Either is it him or is it the car? But that means that Ferrari is quick. Right, off of F1 and we go to obviously good to see you again, Patrick. Right, let's get ready for the Junior Rotax. The overlay has broken itself again. It did this last month. It seems like it sees 27. It's like, ah! Right. Enough messing around. Ryan Hodge ready to set the grid. I need to get Ryan cam, don't I? Down the main straight we come. He's flicked the switch. We're underway for the Junior Rotax. I'm going to have to quickly fix the overlay again. Fixed it. I'm going to have to do that all again. I'm going to have to actually sort this one out. Right, so we've got 3 drivers off. We had the 97, I think, involved in that one. 13 as well. 21 is off circuit. Looks like he's had a bumper broken. 25 spinning out there at the horseshoe. Everything's happening. Names on the left. Let's go! So it's Traverse, followed by Taylor, Fairclough, Reeves, Wilton, Chown, Smith, Methers, Mead, and then Winslow Morton is your top 10. That midfield is packed. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And leading the way is Traverse. Very closely followed by Taylor, though. So into the horseshoe we go. The 15 of Fairclough has shot onto the grass. I looked down for 1 second and they've gone off circuit. Right, so coming on through. So, Traverse, Reeves, Wilton, Chown, Metters, Smith, Whitcomb, Wise, Mead, Dyson. That is your top 10. Don't know why I said Dyson like that for. But leading the way is the 67. So much has happened and so little of the race has begun. Junior Rotax, everybody. So around the horseshoe, towards the right-hander we go. And towards the top bend for our leaders. Third place is under contention here. Wilton with Chown and Metters. As we come down the main straight here. And over the line we go. So a few changes to be said. Ava Morris up into P13. Let's go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As there's a slight lead from Traverse and Reeves. Towards the top bend we go. Jack Dobson saying, go Yarrick, watching from Bangkok, Thailand. That's a first. Thank you for tuning in all the way from Thailand. So we've got Czech Republic. What was it, Isle of Man? Yeah, Isle of Man. And then we have, as always, Patrick Quirk in the Czech Republic. Right then, let's continue on with this race. We're nearing 5 minutes to go. As down the inside, looks like it is the 53 of Yarrick Metters goes ahead of Albert Wilton. As they go down the back straight, it is very close for that third position contention. As we go on through, and it looks like the 28 Wilf Mogridge, it looks like he's got a puncture. So that is his race unfortunately over. Just notice him struggling down the around the horseshoe there. That is tight where the WC plate is. Joshua Whitcomb there, right on the back for fourth position. So through cross country he goes. Nice and smooth. Took the smooth route through there. Some of them take the jumpy route. You don't want to take the jumpy route. That's quite entertaining for your bottom. Done it myself. So more changes to be had in this race here. So coming down the main straight then is your leader, the 67. Very closely followed by Metters now, 2/10 behind. Reeves in third, Wilson fourth, Ollie Weiss in fifth. Could change in there. The 16 of Reeves holding on to P3, but not holding on to P2 is Metters. He sneaks up the inside and it gets ahead for P1. As we do have a contact warning, so hanging out the messages. There's been a few already in this race. So down the main straight we come. Goes the 53, 67, 16, then 55. That's better to view. You can see that a bit better. Right, live programming. Gotta love it. Right, so Metters, followed by Traverse, Wise, Reeves, Chow. Best lap so far actually goes to Whitcomb down in 9th position, so let's see if he sneaks up the running order through this race. As we have 59 viewers. Hello to everybody who is watching at home or wherever you are. Let us know. So the 53 leading by 1.2 seconds here. Traverse set his personal best in this race, as he is in P3 now, as Ollie Wise has snuck ahead of him through the billies, darting down the inside at the hairpin. Go a couple of drivers here as it's all switcheroo, as the 16 absolutely slams the anchors for a nice little left-hand lock. Does sneak him a few positions down though, I believe, as we continue through the rest of this lap. So the 16 did drop 5 positions that lap. A couple of them to the horseshoe. So all action-packed in that midfield. You can tell Yarrick Metters has been unleashed. He set the race best of a 34.25. So some big gaps at the front here. So we'll keep an eye on the battle for 5th position, I believe this is going to be for. as we take a look at the 96 and 72. So this is actually for 6th position here. As we go into the hairpin, as the driver behind goes up the rear. Don't take that out of context. So the 96 still maintains that 6th position, but Archie Dyson will drop back a few positions here. So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's 15 seconds remaining as well. There's hardly any time to go. So contact warning given to Archie Dyson as well. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. There's a 32 in there as well over Morris. A brother not racing this weekend. Was told that he bananaed his car at a different circuit. Unfortunately, had a bit of a contact. We've got one in the tyre wall just at Billy's well, so talk about that and look over. Last lap though for our race leader of Metas. Actually, it was 2 in the tyre wall then. Holy moly. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 55 in 2nd position here. By the way, he was okay. I was informed. I'm talking about Ava Morris's brother. Little brother. Tommy Morris. Lovely little lad he is. But anyway, taking the checker flag goes to Jarrett Metters, followed by Ollie Wise. Jack Dobson with the comment, the. Nathan Traverse will take P3. A couple more drivers coming on through. Top novice actually does go to Barnaby Grubb here, who finished out in 16th position overall. Out of the few. We did lose a couple of drivers in this race. We lost Wilf Mogridge to a puncture. Well, it was really early doors. Matthew Whitmarsh, Zach Ormshaw, and Izzy Lawson, who all retired out of that race. Action-packed. Junior Rotax. Those both 2 names go together like a jam sandwich. Perfectly. So, just like that, all of the first heats are completed. As Mr. Delaney comes out with a cup of tea. I think that might be for Joe. Welcome to Tea Watch. So just waiting for one recovery. As we do, let's get the grid for Heat 2. Last time, the Finleys were at the back of the grid. At the front this time, it's Finley Thursfield and Finley Ormshaw at the front row, with Nikita Roberts and Yosef Davies on row 2. Charlie White and Daniel Barton on row 3. Arthur Way and Shaden Srikantan on row 4. And Oliver Ratton and Devin Gills on the 5th row. And then the final row goes to Luke McGall and Alex Roach. 12 drivers altogether for the Honda Cadets. Mine's winning. Run, Ryan, run! Nephew's flying. Joe. I'm trying to play music, remembering that I closed the tab. Right then, here they come. The Hondas are now out here on circuit. Already got 17 seconds of that song in whilst we were waiting.
Attention the pits, please grab all Rotax Cadets to the drumming grid. That's all Rotax Cadets to the drumming grid. Thank you.
So 12 Hondas to take to the grid. Let's see how this plays out. We have 8 minutes once again. Back to the restart in the loop. Speaking of rewinding, the YouTube live stream is rewindable again. So, coming down the main straight then, let's get ready for the Hondas. As we are underway for the Honda Cadet Heat number 2. As we were 3 wide for quite a while there at Billy's. Between the whole pack there. 3 wide. Jesus. I do love a bit of 3 wide action. So, around the horseshoe we go. Through to the right-hander. And towards the top bend I go. I go? They go. We go! Because we're coming down the main straight. Names on the left-hand side of the screen as always. So it's the 12, followed by the 47, 74, 15, 22, 72, 63, 58, 76, 23, 28, 36. Why am I saying the numbers? Is White Way and Ormshaw is your top 3. So around into the horseshoe we go, and here is where the 12 and 47 lay. Arthur Way. Not leading the way at the moment though. So towards the top bend, down the main straight. So not much happening in our front runners at the moment. They're just sticking behind one another for now. Charlie White slightly defensive as we are going around, but they're sticking on to one another. To the quicker cadets on this grid. So Finley Armstrong is in 3rd. Luke McGall 4th. Fast lap does go to Luke McGall as well. 40.95. Trying to catch up with those front runners as well. McGall, another strong competitor in this field, as Charlie White going wider at the exit of the hairpin. The 47 pressuring the 12 here. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. And it is staying one behind the other for the moment. So around Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. And the 15 is also right behind the 74. Nikita Roberts in 6th position. Slowly making progress towards Oliver Ratton. As our top 4 runners now starting to close the gap altogether. So as we come down the main straight here, we get ready to see what unfolds. So, kink to biddies. Still very close between these two. Charlie White still being very defensive here as the 71 on the outside of the horseshoe. Stays behind for the minute. Still no changes from our front runners at the moment. Charlie White being very defensive. It's side by side between McGould and Ormshaw, and McGould is the one that gets out ahead in that situation. And now it's his turn to try and catch up with our front two that are again battling one another. So around to the right-hander we go. And continue on in this race here. So 2 minutes 53. Watching this battle unfold here between those two. Meanwhile, so down the back of the grid behind Nikita Roberts, so Yusuf Davis and Daniel Barton. There is a battle going on between those. Better keep an eye on our front runners though. But those three having a battle there. The 76, 58 and 23. Right, so continuing on here as White still leads the way. Luke McGould setting the fastest lap of the race of a 40.64. So slightly quicker than Charlie White's 40.95. So a quick drive there for McGould. Speaking of McGould, he's trying the inside of the 47 Arthur Way. Nearly being caught out there, but through the horseshoe we go. Around to the right-hander, towards the top bend is the next destination. And now Arthur Way having to drop back slightly from White to defend Luke McGould. So Luke McGould throwing a spanner in the works in this front-running battle. These three usually battle each other each round, and now they have their opportunity once again in Heat 2. So around the horseshoe we go. So the right-hander and the 15's on the outside. Hang on a second. Has he just snuck into first? So top end, down the main straight. And he has indeed. How's he managed that? He's just snuck in front of the two of them and said thank you and goodbye. So through the S's, down the back straight. McGould leads the way. Charlie White in second. Not anymore. Arthur Way down the inside. No switcheroo. Charlie White drops down into third position. And now, within one lap, that running order is swapped. Has done a whole... The three of them are swapped. And Charlie White just goes from the front to third. Don't know what I'm saying anymore, really. So there we go. Luke McGould, Arthur Way, Charlie White. Finney Ormshaw, then Nikita Roberts. That is your top five. Roberts slowly making progress towards Ormshaw, but not enough time on circuit at the current pace that she is running. So the clock has ticked to 0. McGould is our race leader with a 40.62, by the way, on his last lap, and is the best lap of this race as well. So we go for the last lap of this race now. Charlie White trying to battle up to P2 here once again. So we'll keep an eye on him on these closing stages of heat number 2. And he said heat 1. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Way has gone wide. Way's gone really wide. Let's go around the horseshoe, through to the right-hander. That's like my second brain saying, stay there. To the top bend, and down the main straight we come to take the checkered flag. It's going to be the number 15 of Luke McGall, followed by Arthur Way, Charlie White. That gap was 0.03 at the line. That's close. Fastest lap as well does go to Luke McGall with a 40.60. So quick out there today. So from one set of cadets to the other, we move on next to the Rotax Cadets, as they'll be forming out onto circuit straight after this one, and it will be real shortly. Your grid is on the screen with Dewey Hockridge and Maria J on the front row. I don't like butchering people's surnames, and I'm sorry, I can't attempt that. Holy moly! Morgan Weston and Ethan Coupland on the second row. Marley Fisher and Stanley Stafford rounds out your top 3 rows, because the rest of the rows are full of novices. Louis Lovell and Max Thompson on the 4th row. Oscar Richards and Oakley Riggs on row 5. And then at the back on his own, Kurt Kaplan gets a whole row to himself. On the right-hand side of the circuit as well. So, we'll see how that goes. So then, this is their formation now. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to put the QR code. Really, I was doing this bit of this yesterday and this Friday for the stream prep, and I thought, I think I've done everything. Come to the day, it's like, nope. Speaking of everything, we are underway for this. We start this race. So down the back straight we go. Someone's on the other side of the sausage. You don't want to be on the other side of the sausage curb. That is not fun. So around the horseshoe we go. A couple going wide. Hairpin even. Damn it, I've done it again. As already we have a contact warning out for Morgan Weston out there. That's an early contact. So from the top end down the main straight we come. Running order will be on the left-hand side of the screen for all of you to see at home. So it's Dewey Hockridge, followed by Coupland, Fisher, Stafford, Riggs, Weston, Kaplan, Lovell, number 70, and then Richards, then Thompson. Down the inside third, trying for second. Fisher does not quite make it just yet. As we come towards the horseshoe next. So the 81 here. Trying for a strong start. Keep an eye on the 88 as well. As he started from the back already at 7th position at the start of this race. As the 41, 81 even, trying for the outside. For the inside of Billy's. Doesn't quite have enough pace to get alongside at the minute. So stays behind for 3rd position. Trying again down the main back straight here. Looks like he's got a lot of speed down the straights of the circuit. As we come into the horseshoe, swapping positions between the two, the 81 and the 43. So Fisher ahead of Coupland. So Hockridge leading by 1.6 seconds with the fastest lap of a 40.44. A couple of other positions change. Kurt Kaplan getting up into P6. Sneaking ahead. Looks like he's got a bit more pace this race, as he is starting to already catch up to Oakley Riggs in 5th position. Kirk is very familiar with the circuit as well. Up here nearly every week. Especially when there's practice available. So into the next lap we go. 40.38 set by Dewey Hockridge. Kirk now 1.2 seconds behind Oakley Riggs as he goes through the S's. Hockridge with the 1.9 second lead. As second and third, are they going to be working together to try and catch up to Hockridge? If so, we are nearing the halfway mark, and we will see if that plays out. So into Billy's we go, as the 31 of Oakley Riggs trying to look at a move on Stafford here. Through the S's, down the back straight, there you go. And as we come into the horseshoe here, still nothing for them. It's side by side for a second, not worth any position playing points at the moment. So down the main straight we go. Hockridge, Fisher, Coupland, Stafford, Riggs, and then Kaplan. Kaplan 1.8 seconds behind those two in front of him. Cloud coverage here at Clay as well. So no changes on the field at the minute. But there might be one. With blue flags for our race leader here. That's the only overtaking we've got so far. As Marley Fisher has stepped away a little bit from Coupland in second position. So Hockridge, Fisher, Coupland, Stafford, then Riggs, Kaplan. Done a personal best out there as well, 1.9 seconds behind. Slowly closing the gap. Very slowly. Still loads of time left, over 2 minutes on the clock here as our third downwards is starting to potentially be challenged here. We've got a back marker in that lot too, the 43, 44, 31. So Coupland is being caught up, and the closing stages of this second heat for the Rotax Cadets. The gaps are on the screen for you to see as well. Some huge gaps so far. 3.2 lead for Hockridge. So still continuing through. 1 minute 10 remaining. 4 second lead. Crikey. Meanwhile, Oakley Riggs right on the rear in a pack of 3. And I think that is our battle for third as well. And so, yes it is. As Coupland's lost not 1 but 2 positions to Stafford and Riggs. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. So we'll see if there's any further changes from those drivers there. Kurt Kaplan with a view of this ahead of him. As we go on to 30 seconds left, still plenty of time watching this battle. There's a 44, 37 and 43 take place as Riggs goes for a even higher position. He's actually in third position at the moment. The highest novice, 44, right on the curbs. Does shove the 43 right on the other side of the sausage curb. That looked quite bouncy. As we go around the hairpin, and it looks like that's promoted Kurt Kaplan up another position as well. So the 43 going from third position all the way down to P6. So on to the last lap as Hockridge has just gone over the line there. All the changes will be through on your screen shortly, but going down the back straight here will be Dewey Hockridge. There's a couple of them overtaking some back markers. 4.1 seconds is the lead that Hockridge has produced in this race here. So to the right-hander, to the top bend, and then we'll be able to come from there down the main straight as taking the checker flag, it will be Dewey Hockridge, followed by Marley Fisher. Oakley Riggs will take P3, followed by Stafford in 4th. Kaplan will take 5th. Coupland 6th. Weston will take 7th. Louis Lovell 8th. Maria in the number 70 will take 9th. Sorry, Louis Lovell will take 7th. I'm getting ahead of myself. Louis Lovell 7th. Morgan Weston 8th. And the rest comes over the line as we follow suit. Jack Philpott saying good luck to all of DM Racing. So then we'll go to the Senior Blues. Anthony Cleal out on front with Nigel Vickery. There you go, Darren. He's on the front row. So, out on the circuit is the Senior Blues for their second heat for round number 2. Their first appearance here for the season, amongst a couple of other guest appearances from other classes this year. More than last year, which is brilliant. I love guest rounds. As an extra spice to everything. And it's more racing for all of you to watch at home. So, as they come on through the right-hander towards the top bend, don't forget you can see any results that have been published on Alpha Timing. That's alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. Click round 2, and you'll be able to find the results there. One result you won't be able to see is the one just gone. And this one, because it is underway here at Clay Pigeon for heat number 2 for the Senior Blues. As we have one ginormous spin from one of the front runners, actually, the ones that are starting at the front of the grid early doors. A couple of them spinning with the cold tyres. It was the 372 and the 4. Smithson, someone who was very quick at the start of last race, spins. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone does it. Even I spin, as many in the wet. So, the number 1 of Anthony Cleal leading the way, shown by the names on the left-hand side of the screen. Followed by Vickery, Groves, Watts, Bell, Gunter, Goody, Smithson, Jobson, and then Paul Alexander rounding out your 10-driver grid. So, around the hairpin and horseshoe we go for second downwards. And it is here a waiting game to watch this race unfold as Cleal has a look behind him to say, yeah, I've got a big gap. I'm alright for the minute. So 51.7 and the O-plate of Watts. We've watched Watts before and he's straight down the inside around at the hairpin into P3 and the horseshoe P2 as 2 into the tyre walls. They come together. That is not what they planned for. That looks like Steve Groves and I can't see the other driver there, but they got a bit too close between the two of them and it looks like they're both out. So, with that unfolding, it looks like they're both going to try and get going again. Don't know how long they will be continuing in this race for. But Cleal, followed by Watts, Gunter, Bell, Goody, Smithson, Jobson, and Alexander. It was Nigel, Vickery, and Groves that were both in that one. Looks like the 51 with a bit of a broken rear bumper there. It's very upwards. So around we go into Billy's here. So Cleal, Watts, Gunter, Bell. Steve Groves has gone into the pits. As we still have yellows down at Billy's at the moment. So 9 runners in this race. And leading that race is Anthony Cleal. We were saying, come on, Michael Bell. Currently in P4. So Vickery and Groves both into the pits. Three minutes 48 remains in this race. And there is a fair few gaps there out on the circuit. So, with 3 minutes 11, just had to crack a window. It's going to get quite loud in here. So, Cleal followed by Watts. That gap is 2.2 seconds so far for this race, as Watts is slowly closing that gap. Last time it was 0.2 on his Delta time. That's information I rarely read out. But then it's 7 seconds between second and third. That is 1 gap and a half. Through the S's goes the 8 and 3. Max Gunter and Smithson, who's made a great recovery from the start of this race, where we saw him spin out at Billy's. He's currently trying for that P3 spot. And judging from last time, if he's unleashed from Gunter, that could unlock a lot of pace that he has inside of him. So down the inside at Billy's, and he's ahead. Through Billy's we go, through to the S's, and that is definitely secured at the moment. And off goes Smithson in this race. So 1:27 remains. So watching the battles that have happened on track so far, we have settled right into this race here as the gaps, well, the closest gaps are 1 second, and second and third, the gap is 11 seconds. I've awoken to fly from its sleep from opening the window. Go away. So Watts now 6/10 behind here with 5 seconds to go. 2 laps remain in this race. The time is just ticking here. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. From a healthy gap of about 6 seconds all the way down to a mere few tenths. On to the last lap we go then. And it is a gap of 2 tenths. 2 tenths is all we got between Cleel and Watts. Which way round it will be, we'll find out. So around the hairpin, towards the horseshoe. You can just see Watts looking for either side. He's testing. Is it going to be a drag race to the checkered flag? Because coming down the main straight, it is evenly matched. Taking the checkered flag, it is Anthony Cleel followed by David Watts. The gap only 0.17. Over a tenth and a half was the gap. Taking third position is kart number 3, Harry Smithson. 10.67 seconds later. 10.84 seconds from the leader. That is the largest gap this weekend so far. Actually, no, it's... yeah, it is. It's the biggest gap this weekend. And in this race, we lost 3 drivers. Steve Gross, Nigel Vickery, and Paul Alexander. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is that race concluded for the Senior Blues. Next up is another senior category of ours. It's not a guest class. It is our senior Rotax grid of 25. That's a lot of drivers. So Cameron Crockett and Daniel Tribe on the front row, is Sam Mitchell and Ellis Warlock on the second row, Arthur Thacker and Jamie Bradfield on row 3, Ollie Hughes. We'll find out in a second. Hang on, let's switch back over again. Is alongside Daniel Beards with Billy Edgecombe and Dan Milner running out your top 10. Your 5 rows. It's gonna be a big one. Sit down and get ready, folks. It's gonna be a wild one. 24 seniors take to the grid for their formation lap. At the famous Clay Pigeon Raceway. The 61 and 88 setting the speed for the grid. Very slow start indeed. Thank you, Gary. Back to me. Right. Let's get ready. Let's get ready for the start of this race. As silence falls, we get ready to race. Boogity boogity. I'm not going to say that. Oh dear. Look at the flick of the switch. We're ready to go. The race has begun for the seniors for their second heat here. So around we go. Leading the way is Cameron Crockett. I recognise that suit from a mile away. He actually features in the new intro. Thank you to everybody who contributed to that. Keep contributing though, because we'll be swapping them on the occasion. Also, Ava Morris's little baby chicks. That's a memory and a half. Order on the left-hand side of the screen, so it's Crockett, Mitchell, Tribe, Thacker, Beards, Hughes, Warlock, Bradfield, Rowledge, and then Flan. As two spin down at Billy's. We continue on with our front runners because there is literally no room for error here. It is so tightly packed. Going around the horseshoe here. That is your top 10. Top 20 odd. As we got a retiree at the exit of the horseshoe. So down the main straight we come. Look at that, just changed massively. One on the outside at Billy's. That's going to drop you a couple of places in this pack. The 76, I think that was, of Ellis Warlock. So many changes for position here. As we go around the horseshoe, the 17 on the outside of the horseshoe should be okay for the right-hander to slot back in front and keep his position where he was. And it's side by side between our front runners of Mitchell and Crockett. Crockett is ahead, but over the line, Mitchell pinged first. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Third position staying behind, which is Thacker, followed by the 71 of Hughes. I'm learning numbers, it's great. So into the horseshoe we go. The 14 trying to maintain that third position in this race so far. Fast lap goes to Dan Milner so far. Let's see if there's any other changes. Lost two drivers so far. Zach Rowledge and Jacob Martin as our leaders. Swap positions again. Mitchell and Crockett. Is Thacker holding on to P3? We'll check at the S's. He does for the minute. But the 71 of Hughes stays right behind him. Once again, in the background is Daniel Tribe as well. Your top 7, I think that is. 3, 6, 7. Indeed, going into the horseshoe, the 68 of Daniel Beards. It looked like a 0 from the distance. He is the one at the back of this pack. So watching the 6 in front as the 75 now takes a bit of a lead. That lead only 3/10. Crockett maintaining P2 at the moment, defending off Arthur Thacker. Once again, Hughes staying behind. At the back we're forming a grid as well, so we'll keep an eye on any action between those. As at the hairpin, it's all switcheroo. Thacker in second, Crockett to fourth. And the other two in between move up as well. We'll get the changes on your screen as well. As we come on through once again, Mitchell, Thacker, Hughes, Crockett, Tribe, Maidman, Beards, Taylor, Flanbert. As a little bit slow at the Billies was the 61 for a second there, losing a bit of momentum. But we're still growing strong in this race around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Down the inside goes the 14 on the 71. Once again, Hughes and Thacker. Those two swapping positions. It's just going to give Sam Mitchell a bigger gap to have for his lead so far, as once again on the outside goes the 71. As Jamie Bradfield's just popped into the pits, just saw that on the screen, side by side for a little bit at the S's. Look at that pack from second downwards. So many changes to be had. 2 contact warnings here on your screens on the left-hand side. It is that tight. It's a bit touch and go. Jack Mayman, Daniel Tribe. I'm trying to read it out because it doesn't even fit on my other monitor. Look at that! What a sight! As we have one off in the grass, another one in the grass as well. As the 68, I think that might have been. We've lost another one in this race by the looks of it. Didn't catch it. As we're still continuing this race, 2 minutes 52. Crikey, that's gone. So, Sam Mitchell leads the way by 2.8 seconds so far. So around we go, down the inside it goes. The 71 on the 77 very much started that overtake under the yellows. So around the horseshoe we go. Crockett is maintaining, I think that's third position. So down the main straight we come. So Thacker, Crockett, Maidment, Tribe, Burt, Flan, Hughes, Page, Milner. Ben Page in there as well, the WC. As trying to confirm who was the one that is stopped there at Billy's. And I believe it might be either Spilsbury or Simpson. As Mitchell goes over the line. So lots of changes to be made. A couple of changes. Is Bertie Wellesley up into 14th? That was a weird hiccup just to interrupt me there. So a minute remains. Mitchell still remains in the lead by 2.5 seconds here. As there is still so much to unfold here. As I think that's that Crockett under threat there. I don't think it is. Could be wrong. So the 17 in third, 461. It is Crockett who's been challenged by that midfield pack here at the moment. So the 75 going over the line. 32 seconds remain. It is non-stop action from the senior Rotax grid here for their second heat here, challenging the conditions because it is dry. Down the inside, is that Billy Edgecombe? It is indeed. Nice little move down the inside there at the S's. Meanwhile, back at the hairpin, Crockett losing another position to the 71, but squeezing down the inside, goes one but two. Billy Edgecombe takes advantage of that, follows Cameron Crockett through. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Top three currently sitting 1.8 seconds ahead of the field at the moment. So many changes going on out there as Billy Edgecombe makes up not one, not two, but three positions as he's now ahead of Cameron Crockett. Going through the S's down the back straight puts him into fifth. I think Crockett's on an ultra defensive line here as he's backing up the pack once again. Out of the hairpin. Meanwhile, we look to the front because the checker flag has just fallen for Mitchell. Sam Mitchell takes the win for this race provisionally. As more comes out, there goes a lot of them. So Sam Mitchell followed by Arthur Thacker, Jack Mayman, Daniel Tribe, Jamie Burt, Edgecombe, Hughes, Crockett, Flan, then Milner. That is your top 10. And what an action-packed top 10 racing that was. I was about to do the voice again, but well, it was a great race, that was. Absolutely stunning. Can I say the most action-packed race for this weekend so far? Brilliant from the senior Rotax. Absolutely love it. It's lovely. Speaking of action, junior Rotax, say hello, Aiden Clark. It changed as I was about to say it. So, it is. Aiden Clark and Zach Burke on the front row with Jada Mead and Jarrett Metters on the second row. Kian Downer and Karthik Kameta on the third row. Max Lovell and Ava Morris on the fourth. Come on. Stop switching. Wish I could do that manually. It'd be nice. Then Jamie Dart and Max Chown on the fifth row there. The rest of them on your screen as well. 7 novices again. Natalie Rainsbury saying, well done to Sam and Arthur. Indeed. Thacker with another high playing position again. And Sam Mitchell provisionally winning that one as well. Don't forget, all results are provisional until they are fully sorted on the results websites. Would you just look at that view? That camera is so broken. I've just seen what I've just seen it's like a little arc. Beautiful arc. Beep. There's Ryan once again. Run, Forrest, run. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Start up. Run, 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 run. Sprint, laddie. Sprint. And out come the juniors. I wonder if people can hear me scream when I do that. I think Rainsbury saying good luck. Sorry, I just saw someone spun at the straight and someone was caught off guard by that. And the overlay's broken again. Stop it. Stop breaking me overlay. The 81 there was Renault there. As it will be full started already due to that. We're not even started. It's Jeff Johnson from Pro Kart Engineering. Hello, Jeffers. Absolutely one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet. He has to put up with Pete Thomas, so. Oh, crazy Pete. So just waiting for a couple of them to try and catch up with the rest of the pack here. As they're just forming up here. So let's see how we go for the junior Rotax for their second heat of round number 2 here. A very competitive grid as always. And action-packed. As always. Action and junior Rotax go together like a married couple. It's a bit of touch and go. It's a bit touch and go, but it works. I'm standing up. So here we go. And we are underway for the first of the second heat of, what am I saying? Second heat, and we're underway for the junior Rotax. Overlay's broken again. Quick on the button there. We have a couple off at the outside of Billy's. And a retiree of, I think that is the 23? Joe's on it! So, from the top bend, we come. It's side by side for the lead. Orders on the left-hand side of the screen. So, Zach Burke, followed by Aidan Clark, Jaden Mead, Lovell, Morris, Chown, Kometa, Taylor, Ollie Wise, Joshua Withcombe, and I have a sneeze. It's not coming yet. A close grid so far. At the front, leading the way is the 57 of Zach Burke. And at the back of the pack, just coming down the main straight now, is the 26 there of Kian Downer. But it's tight between our front two of Burke and Clark. As in that pack, in fourth position is Ava Morris. Competitive driver, as always, as she is holding on to that P4 at the moment. Right behind is Max Lovell. Two drivers that used to battle down in the cadets. Got a spinner down at Billy, stopping a couple of opportunities here, but through the S as we go for your top two, then third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, as I carry on. So still not a lot of room for mistakes in this early stage of the race. 5 minutes 46. So down the main straight we come for our race leaders here. Ava Morris on the outside, side by side for first, second, third, and fourth. Ava Morris stays on the stays behind for the minute, as one driver gets stuck on the outside before the S's. That driver being the 76, Max Chown. Trying to look, Max Lovell being contended by the 55, loses a couple of positions and is tapped wide a little bit there at the horseshoe. So more changes to be made, but it is the 31 that leads this race so far. As we're starting to see a few gaps form in the pack. So Ava Morris in fifth position there, I believe it was. Still continuing on, the 55 right on the rear of the driver in front. So down the main straight we come. We're starting to catch up with our 26, which is our back marker, just to inform you. So Clark, Burke, Mead, Wise, Morris, Withcombe, Chown, Taylor, Lovell, Smith. That is your top 10. Sneaking down the inside, tries Ava Morris. She's popped onto the other side of the sausage curd, does unfortunately lose a couple of positions there. That is a rather bumpy and uncomfy place to be. But she's back in the mid-pack here. So down the main straight we come. Bella Fairclough in 14th position here, watching all the action unfold in front of her. Meanwhile, still leading the way, it is Aidan Clark, the 31, 57, and then 55. Ollie Wise starting to close into this top few. Three minutes left on the clock. A couple of supports going out here. Patrick Williams for Haag saying, go on LPR Racing and Momentum. And also Paul Veach saying, come on Morris and Wise, Team KR. Couple on the grid here. Morris just holding on in the top 10 here. And it is a fierce top 10. So Clark, Burke, Wise. And I think it's just swap positions for that second place. And it has indeed, the 55 and the 57. So Wise has got ahead of Burke. As we really approach one of our back markers here, the 26 of Kian Downer. Apparently my memory is that good. So into Billy's we go. Blue flags out for the 26. Just to let you know, they're coming in fast. Down the main back straight we go. Around the hairpin next. Meanwhile, launching that was coming from a mile away. As the 76 there getting ahead of a couple of drivers. You can watch that from a mile away. So down the main straight we come. Blue flag still coming out for the 26, just to try and get the 31 to get out of the let the 31 through even. That's what I should have been saying. 3 of the S's down the back straight, and it looks like it's swapped again. The 55. Ollie Wise now ahead of Clark as we go into the hairpin and towards the horseshoe. The 26 currently in a first and second place sandwich. So we go to the top bend, down the main straight we come. As the 26 shouldn't really be, but holding up a bit of a battle there at the front. Yeah. Not something you'll see every day. So down we come into the hairpin. Horseshoe next. A little bit further back in that top 4, we have the 84 of Jasmine Taylor. As the 13 spinning out at the back there. 13 Izzy Lawton. 22 seconds left on the clock as well. So last lap here now to Ollie Wise. He's leading the pack by 1.5 seconds here. Fastest lap is with him as well with the 34.31. We've lost 2 drivers, Jarek Metters and also Matthew Whitmarsh in this race. A lot has happened in this race, but one thing for sure is taking the checkered flag. It's going to be Ollie Wise, followed by Aidan Clark, Zach Burke. That is your top 3. Ollie Wise winning by 1.4 seconds there. Top novice goes to Daniel Clancy, with a finishing out in 17th position overall. Like I said, lost 2 drivers, Jarek Metters and Matthew Whitmarsh. What a race from the junior Rotax. As we just go to 3 minutes past 1 here at Clay Pigeon. As we eat into the 3rd heats now. So on to the 3rd set of heats. was watching, I think it was Steve from Birrell. Bit of driver coaching. So let's get the grid then for the Honda Cadets for heat number 3. So it's Luke McGall and Oliver Ratton on the front row, with Devin Gills and Joseph Davis on the second row. Finley Armstrong and Finley Thursfield on... I swear, the whole entire day, they're random heats, but Finley Armstrong and Finley Thursfield have been next to each other every single race. At the front, the back, and the mid. For random, that's crazy. Nikita Roberts and Shaden Sarikan... Cantan, sorry, on the 4th row, Charlie White and Arthur Way on the 5th, and then on the 6th row is Daniel Barton and Alex Roach. Lovely, they're coming out the pits. So here we go then, Honda Cadets for heat number 3.
Please tonight have Rotax Cadets to the dummy grid. That is Rotax Cadets to the dummy grid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attention cadets, please can I have Rick Metters to race control, please? That's Rick Metters to race control. Thank you.
So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to start this race. It's quite nice, you can see Ryan hit the buttons, so it's underway for the 3rd and final heat for the Honda Cadets here, as we have a mid-pack spinner there. And also another driver too in that one. As we go into the hairpin for another go for the heat. So leading the way, is that the number 15? Oh, I recognise the car correctly. It's number 15, followed by the 22. McGall, followed by Ratton. And down the main straight we come. Order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all. I try not to say that today, but it's happened. So it's McGall, followed by Ratton, Roberts, Thursfield, Devin Gills, followed by White, Ormshaw, then Way, Sarikantan, Roach, Davies, and Barton. That is your lineup for that one. Getting to that part of the day already. So around the hairpin and horseshoe we go. The 12 of Charlie White munching through the mid-pack. Getting ahead very quickly early doors. Quick driver out there. So down we come for McGall leading the way. As Charlie White makes himself up into P4. Total of 2 positions there. Nikita Roberts with the fastest lap with a 41.29. So around the hairpin we go. Horseshoe next. Dad watching from the middle of the circuit. So it's McGall, Ratton, Roberts, White. That's your top 4. Arthur Way making up a position. And the 2 Finleys swapping positions too. And out the back, down the inside, question mark? No. The 28 tried it onto the 23, Devin Gills and Shaylin Sarikantan. Nikita Roberts starting to catch up to our second position runner of Oliver Ratton here. There's a bit of a gap starting to form from second and first. How quickly will Roberts be able to dispatch Ratton as we go into Billy's? Still behind at the minute. through the S as we go, and then down the back straight. Roberts stays behind the 22, but not for long. To the right-hand side she goes for the inside of the hairpin. Doesn't quite have enough momentum in front at the minute, so stays down into third position here as our fourth position driver, the number 12, and also the 47 Arthur Way joining as well. So down the main straight comes our leader, number 15 of Luke McGall, followed by Oliver Ratton, but not for long. It's Nikita Roberts in second position here as she defends the inside of Billy's. Through the S's and down the back straight we go. So into the hairpin. Around the hairpin we go. Nikita Roberts a little bit wide there. Stays in front for now. The 22 and 12 in that little area as well. It is close between those. It's a fine tooth between those. So Nikita Roberts still holding on to second here. Charlie White unable to get ahead of either Ratton or Roberts, as Arthur Way is just watching this unfold. But she's holding in second position here. Around the hairpin we go. Charlie White on the outside of Ratton, holding for the minute. Towards the top bend here. And down the main straight we go. Not a great exit from Roberts there. She drops down to fourth. And Arthur Way using a lot of curb there. Managing to get ahead of Nikita Roberts as well. So Charlie White up into second. Ratton still right on the rear of White out there. So all changing in that little pack. 2 minutes 44 remaining on the clock. So there goes Luke McGall over the line. And potentially a couple of changes here. Charlie White up into second, like I said. Oliver Ratton, Arthur Way, Nikita Roberts. Ormshaw 2.6 seconds behind at that battle for the top 5 slots. And we still have 2 minutes 13 left on the clock. So the second, third, fourth and fifth slots chilling for the moment. Sort of evenly matched here, but I say that because Nikita Roberts a little bit quicker down the straight there behind Arthur Way. So we go around Billy's, through the S's, and then down the back straight. Just watching this battle unfold here. 3.9 seconds is a gap from first and second. Charlie White holds the fastest lap as well, with a 40.59. But at the moment, Luke McGall has a comfortable lead here. Still under 4 seconds. And no changes from our other drivers. Ratton, Way and Roberts all improving their fastest lap, their personal best lap times. As Ratton is right on the rear of White here. So it seems like it's evenly matched here so far. The pace of Charlie White in the last couple of rounds and the end of last year has been quite quick, but it looks like for this race, still evenly matched between the rest of the field. 20 seconds still remains as more cloud coverage comes over Clay here. The camera's making it look worse than it actually is. As Charlie White at threat here from Ratton. Round the horseshoe we go. And coming to take the last lap board will be Luke McGall. So quick there from him as trying down the inside. Arthur Way on Ratton. Ratton loses a position. And Arthur Way's now back behind Charlie White, just like Heat 2. Will anything happen between those two? He's really trying it. You can just watch him as he goes around the circuit there. But meanwhile, coming up to the top bend now and coming down the main straight to take the win for the Honda Cadets for the final heat of their day. It is Luke McGall, followed by Charlie White, Arthur Way, Oliver Ratton, then Nikita Roberts. That is your top 5 for this race. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the Honda Cadets for their heats today. We'll be back later on for the finals. There is 12 minutes of racing for them and the rest of the field. To the grid for the Rotax Cadets. Changing it up. So the grid here is going to be as follows. So it's Stanley Stafford followed by Morgan Weston, then Marley Fisher and Maria in the 70 in the second row, Ethan Copeland and Dewey Hockridge on the third row, and then we'd go to our novices Kurt Kaplan and Max Thompson on the fourth row, Oakley Riggs and Louis Lovell on the fifth row, and then Oscar Richards on the fifth and final row on his own. I was going to say, is that camera actually working? But they all disappeared from the camera whilst the transition was going. I was like, huh?
Attention the pits, please start Formula Blue to the dummy grid. That is Formula Blue to the dummy grid. Thank you.
So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the Rotax Cadets for their third heat here. Let's see how this plays out. 8 minutes plus a lap. As we get underway for this race, who's going to end out on top as we go on through? And that driver is going to be the 44 once again, Stanley Stafford. So top end down the main straight then. It was very close for those front runners, but it's Stanley Stafford who pinged first. Is that going to be the case out on circuit though as we go around Billy's through the S's? Down the back straight we go. It's the 78 that actually leads the way, which is Dewey Hockridge. So around the hairpin we go for those. Horseshoe. The 81 is right behind him, Ollie Fisher. Dewey Hockridge on for another quick lap here. He's setting race best sectors here as he is in front. So Dewey Hockridge leading the way, followed by Marley Fisher, Stanley Stafford Morgan West and Oakley Riggs. Kurt Kaplan in there as well, with Ethan Coupland and Louis Lovell in the mix as well. So, looking in the midfield pack here, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Through the S's we go. The 88 leads that way. Kurt Kaplan up into P4. So Stanley Stafford and Kurt Kaplan going through the S's not the S's, now to the S's, as they both challenge for that 4th position slot here. So coming through down the back straight we go. And then around the hairpin and horseshoe it goes. We'll be back with a race update in a few moments' time. I'll leave you with the hairpin and horseshoe cam as I need a comfort break, so I'll be back shortly.
Attention public! Please can I have the following junior match drivers to race control? That's the WC plate, number 15 and number 84. Junior match to race control, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have returned. I forget how much of a hot box this place turns into. God, it's nice and cool out there. Right. So, I'll just find your leaders, but it's Dewey Hockridge, followed by Marley Fisher, Stanley Stafford, Oakley, Riggs, and Kurt Kaplan. Seems like it... I think it hasn't changed. Darren Weaver. Alex gone for a poo back into... It wasn't, actually. It was, I was off for a pee, so I was back in 3. So, right. Let's get into the rest of this race then. So, it is the 78 that leads away. Followed by Marley Fisher, as previous race was. But it looks like we've got some gaps out there on the screen, on the track. With 35 seconds remaining. Here are your gaps on the YouTube live stream here. .67 seconds is what the lead is. Very actionless race in the closing stages here, as the only changes really is between the 27 and 23, Louis Lovell and Morgan Weston battling out between the two. But meanwhile, we are on the last lap of this race, the final heat for the Rotax Cadets. It's great to hear that you're numerate. Even Simon Whitty's getting involved with a poo emote. Jesus. Anyway, taking the checker flag goes Dewey Hockridge, followed by Marley Fisher, and then Stanley Stafford. Go for a comfort break and get absolutely I forgot the word. Absolutely butchered by Darren Weaver and Simon Whitty. Right then. That aside, we'll go to the Senior Blues next for their third heat, and it looks like that's weird. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. Huh? I'm guessing one driver. No. Why has it done that? Everybody poos. Yeah, not me. Well, I do, but didn't then. Anyway, why are we talking about this? Commentary, everyone. Right then, let's get to the Senior Blues. How did that become a topic? I'm blaming Darren.
Attention pit, please can I have senior Rotax to the dummy grid? That is senior Rotax to the dummy grid. Thank you.
So Senior Blues then, let's get ready for their third heat, and then we get to 2 more heats. And then we'll be on to the finals, but at the moment, let's get ready for the Senior Blues for heat number 3. We are underway for this race here. Darren Weaver says big hello to Simon Whitty down in the basement. Where we like to keep him. Right, through to the hairpin we go, and leading the way in the Senior Blues Heat 3 is the O-Plate of David Watts. Followed by Paul Alexander in second there. And then it's a battle for that third position slot. We'll look at the running order on the left-hand side of your screens. So it's David Watts, followed by Paul Alexander, Max Gunter, then Anthony Cleal, Michael Bell, Callum Jobson, Steve Groves, Harry Smithson, Nigel Vickery, and then David Goody. David Watts with a 1.8 second gap out of the gate. Who is going to end up catching him? If anyone catches him. We have only just started this race though. Still plenty of time left to go as we come down the main straight for another lap here. Right, so Cleo takes up to P2. .1 seconds, and we've only just started this race with the Senior Blues. Just shows you the pace that David Watts has around here. We need to get Darren Weaver in commentary with you, Alex. Not sure if we'll get a word in, but would certainly be... it definitely would be entertaining, that's for sure. Can imagine it now already. So action on circuit. The 8 has overtaken the 72 once again. Come down the main straight, David Watts, followed by Anthony Cleal once again. Then Max Gunter holding on to that top 3, the podium positions. Let's go down the back straight. Into the hairpin we go as it swaps again between Jobson and Gunter. And once again it swaps again. Switcheroo for every corner. Apart from this one. As we come from the top end down the main straight, it's all the way from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th to 8th. As Harry Smithson is in the pits. A surprise exit there from Smithson with the performance he's had so far in the other 2 heats. So around the horseshoe we go here. So David Watts, Anthony Cleal. Gap of 4.3 seconds between first, second, and second and third. Crikey. Max Gunter still holding off. Yep, still holding off that third position to Jobson and Groves. Still carrying on round at the horseshoe we go. Still no changes between those two as we come into the next lap here. As we come from Billy's through the S's and then down the back straight. And I look up and they're swapping again. But it looks like someone else has got involved in this one and is stopping this party a little bit. Steve Groves getting involved as Max Gunter and Jobson battle enough to let him on, well, to let him sneak on in. So it is now down the main straight. A couple more changes to be had. As that all changes there. Max Gunter losing 2 positions whilst the other 2 jump up a position here. through the S's, down the back straight we go. 5 seconds is the gap between the first and second, and the same for second and third. So they have flown away. Hence why we're focusing on this battle for third. Meanwhile, karts 2 and 4, Alexander and Michael Bell battling for 7th in this race. Every position counts here. So through the S's, down the back straight goes 72 and 7. And it looks like the 8s of Max Gunter falling behind a tad. Not much, but only a little bit. So still not much going on here at the moment. As we go to 1 minute 50 remaining in this race. Don't forget, if you do want to see any results so far in this weekend's racing, then all you need to do is head to results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. Click on round 2, and then you'll be able to find out all of the finalised results that have been published so far. Speaking of so far, we've got another move here from Steve Groves, who has just promoted himself up into P3, so into third, but instantly being battled again by Callum Jobson. As we're going through the S's down the back straight, is he going to try and bounce back straight away? He does indeed, as he goes down the inside. Around the hairpin we go, and it returns back to how it was before the start of this lap. So 41 seconds remaining. 7-second gap, that is crazy. So there it is, swapping again as Jobson and Groves battle it out between the two. Gunter with a clear view of this so far. And are they catching with second position here? Because that gap seems to be closing a little bit. Visually, anyway. As it is 4 seconds between third and fourth. 5 seconds remaining on the clock as Watts has already gone over the line. So he's sneaking out in another lap here for this race. And coming down the main straight there is David Goody. Still nothing from the 72, sort of peeled away from the 7 and 8. And out comes the O-plate of David Watts on his last lap here. Followed by Anthony Cleal. 4 seconds later, that gap has closed. Has David Watts lost some pace out there? He's doing his he's doing his cool down lap early. Right, anyway, coming through the hairpin towards the horseshoe goes the 72, 7 and 8. But coming down the main straight will be Heat 3's winner. And that goes to David Watts, who finished 5 seconds ahead of the field. Anthony Cleal second, Callum Jobson in third, and actually managed to catch up with Anthony Cleal quite quickly there. Closed the gap from 5, well, it was nearly 7 seconds, all the way down to 2. So quite quick ending there for those. The rest of the results on the screen for you there. Not anymore. Right, let's go to the grid then, and it is from one senior session to another. And that is the senior Rotax for their third heat here. Just a reminder, 177's off the back of this grid. So Rosie Armstrong and Tom Taylor on the front row, with Ben Page and Jack Maidment on the second row. Zach Rowledge and Dal Miner on the third row. Brody Skinner and somebody else on the row after. We'll find out in a second when it swaps back again. That's going to be interesting. Billy Edgecombe at the back of the pack. Brody Skinner and Henry Swanson on the fourth row, and then Ellis Warlock and Ollie Hughes on the fifth row. Bertie Wellesley just outside the top 10 to start this race off. The last time it was action-packed. This time, probably action-packed as well. There's no point guessing at this point. Keep an eye on Edgecombe. Oh, and we've fallen dark because I didn't press the right camera button. So a very high start here for Rosie Armstrong. Let's see how she does. She's improved massively over the since last year. Her pace strong. Let's see how she goes. Thank you. That's how many times I've heard that today. Right then, let's get ready for the senior Rotax for their third and final heat. And we are underway for this race here, so into Billy's we go. And yellows are out, but it's the WC, followed by the 44 of Rosie Armstrong there. Being slightly nudged there. She's being swallowed by the rest of the field here at the moment, as she goes around the horseshoe here, running out still in the top 5? 6. There we go. So as you're running onto the left-hand side of the live stream here, says Ben Page, followed by Zach Rowley, Jack Maidment, Dan Milner, Jamie Burt, Rosie Armstrong, Henry Swanson, Brody Skinner, Ollie Hughes, and then Bertie Wellesley in your top 10. Down the inside goes a 74 on the 44. As we go into the hairpin here, Rosie on the outside there. He's coming on through. Ollie Hughes giving a contact warning here, but Ben Page leads the way by 0.8 seconds. Rowledge and Maidment behind. Got a 69 and 51 in there as well. As it's very close, coming around the hairpin here, swapping between 5th and 4th. 51 and 69 there. Look at that train of the midfield basically in there. So Ben Page still leads, but it's 1.5 seconds here. I feel like I've not mentioned Ben Page at all this weekend. So far. Hidden in the mid-pack. We're out in front at the minute. Ollie Hughes takes a faster lap at the minute, a 34 dead. Literally 34-0. Still tightly packed here, as the 74 slightly nudged there by the driver behind. I think that was Ollie Hughes, number 71 there. Got too close, and unfortunately that little tap was enough to take him off circuit there. And he is thrown to the back of the pack. But we still continue on in this race. Flying on the through so far, 23 drivers out on circuit. Billy Edgecombe up into 20th. Right, at the front of the pack. Anyway, the 51 ahead of the 17 here. So some more changes to be made. As it's side by side between the 69 and I think that's the 71 in there as well. Down the inside he goes. And the 71 gets ahead of the 69. So Ollie Hughes making a position there on that lap as the rest of the field stays the same so far. Gaps are on the screen as well for you all. But Ben Page still comfortably leading the way with a 1.6 second gap as it looks like Burt and Maidman sort of working together to try and catch up and close that gap to Ben Page. Still plenty of time left on the clock. We're well over halfway here. As the 71, Ollie Hughes once again not with the cleanest overtakes this week, this race. Making contact with the 12 again. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Into Belize, the 71 staying behind at the moment. As we go through the S's, down the back straight. As the gap is closing slightly to first and second, 1.1 second gap. Still no changes from the rest of the field here at the moment. But it's very tight in that midfield position at the moment. As from fourth downwards, there's not much room for a mistake here. 71 with his hand up. As the 71 is in the pits. So Ollie Hughes looks like has affected his car a little bit with the bits of contact he had early on in this race. And that is him out of this race for Heat 3. Meanwhile, through the S's, down the back straight, Cameron Crockett a threat to the 25. Rufus Flan on Crockett. As something's happened at the horseshoe. And I missed it because I was watching the battle between Crockett. I think that is, unfortunately, the 48 of Bertie Wellesley there. So, lots of changes to be said on the screen. 58 seconds remain. Still not too much to be said, and it is Bertie Wellesley who has lost a lot of positions here. Getting out of the way of our front runners here. .1 second gap now. Contact warning given to Arthur Thacker. Ollie Hughes was actually given a black flag. That's why Ollie Hughes is in. And that explains why Ollie Hughes has gone into the pits. It wasn't a mechanical, it was because 2 contact warnings. Well, 3 technically, because of the black flag. Oh dear, oh dear. I think that is officially the first black flag of 2024. 5 seconds remain. And we're squeezing out another lap, I think. Oh, very barely. Barely squeezing out another lap there. 8/10 is the gap between first and second, but we've approached the back markers as Ben Johnson and the race leader come together. But that was a questionable move there. So, drama! As we go through the rest of this race, we'll finish it out. But Ben Page right on the inside, or tried the inside, the gap wasn't there. Nevertheless, to take the checker flag will be Jamie Burt this time, followed by Maidment, then it will be Zach Rowledge, Mitchell, Milner, Tribe, Flan, Thacker, Crockett. Billy Edgecombe actually rounds out in 11th in the end. Arthur Thacker's coming in a lap early as well. So some late changes here in this race. And a questionable end for what was our race leader, who ends up DNFing and taking out Ben Johnson in the process. So then, ladies and gentlemen, that was not the ending I was expecting in this race. Not expecting that at all. So we're ready for the tier recoveries and for the fixing the tyre wall as we get ready and prepare ourselves for the junior Rotax next. So then we'll just wait for that recovery. We'll go to the grid for the junior Rotax M. It's fallen very quiet here. I feel awkward talking. I don't know why. Anyway. So it's Joshua Withcombe and Ollie Wise on the front row with Zach Ormshaw and Archie Dyson on the second row. Maxon Smith and Ava Morris on the third row with Jamie Dart and somebody else. Jamie Dart and Albert Wilton on the fourth row. Then we got on the fifth row, Rudy Winslow Morton, and then Max Lovell. Right. I'll have that again. But anyway. Junior Rotax time. Meow. Right, let's get ready for this one then. The overlay's broken again. Every time. Stop breaking. It's only the juniors. And that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Trying to warm out their tyres on a corner and spin themselves out. Yeah. Weaving. Gotta love it. That's another pound. Which reminds me of last time. And it really? come on.
Like to have attention in the paddock, please. So there will be a lunch break after the junior heat that's out there at the moment for half an hour.
I just heard there's a lunch break as well, everybody. So the DJ sesh will be the DJ sesh will be on for half an hour whilst we all have lunch. I'll be straight up to that cafe. Okay, it was full started to allow again. It's the same driver again. What do you think you learnt from the first time? Obviously not. That was the that was the clay staff for me coming out then. Jesus. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart this Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Gotta love it. Right then. After that, we are underway for the Junior Rotax Heat number 3 here. As we have a spinner off at Billy's. Someone's half on the grass, rewind just before the S's. What? Ava Morris in there as well. The overlay's broken again. There we go. Oh, and it was red flagged. Oh, and I've just seen why. So all of the drivers being sent into the pits. Not something we like to say, or I want to say, but at the moment we are... the red flag was out for one of our officials out on circuit. So we'll keep the cameras away from that area. Medical is on scene, and I'll update you as soon as I find out myself. In the meantime, I'll just play some music, and I'll keep you on tabs of what happens in a second.
dummy grid. That is all junior Rotax to the dummy grid. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The reason why you can't listen to sound is because there is none anyway. But the red flag was due to an official being taken out, unfortunately. But she is okay. She is up and walking, which is the main thing. But yeah, Yeah, it's not nice to see that. Yeah, something not what we wanted. But we are going for a full race restart here. And we'll go back for the formation lap, so it is a full race restart. As we have some more spinners again. The 23 again. Right then, let's see how this one comes about. As we go for a full restart here for the Junior Rotax third heat. So it looks like we might be getting away straight away. So from the top bend we come. Down the main straight. And we are underway this time for the Junior Rotax heat number 3. So around Billy's we go through the S's, down the back straight, and it's a similar start to the race to last time. A little bit more calmer though. To go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. I saw this camera angle at some point. It's a bit on an angle. Nevertheless, so it is Withcombe followed by Wise, Morris, Dyson, Smith, Traverse, Wilton, Reeves, Metters, then Taylor. That is your top 10. It's nice and warm up here. So that midfield pack is very, very busy. As we go around the horseshoe, towards the top bend we come. And down the main straight here, Withcombe, Ollie Wise. Wilton making up a couple of positions here. As we have more yellow flags at Billy's. So from the top bend down the main straight we come for your race leader at the moment, which is Withcombe. Very closely followed by Ollie Wise here. Half a second is the gap at the minute. But he still leads the way. Third position of Ava Morris, still close in this battle too. Archie Dyson closing the gap between her. Archie Dyson between him and Ava Morris. So around the horseshoe we go. There it is again. The 57 ahead, I think that was of Maxim Smith as well. We'll just double check that one in a second. Ollie Wise really close now. 2/10 is a gap. He has the fastest lap of a 34.78, but it's just been beaten by Jarek Meadows of 34.60. As Zach Burke gets ahead of Maxim Smith out there. So 32. Currently 1.1 seconds behind second position here, Ava Morris. With a 8/10 gap behind her and Archie Dyson. Behind them, we have the 96 of Albert Wilton and Jarek Metters. Going around Billy's. And then we go through the S's, down the back straight. The 96 with a bit of snap of it, snap on the kart there. It's affected his exit speed. And at the hairpin, they have swapped positions here. Meanwhile, at the horseshoe as well. Some more moves being made at the horseshoe. 3 wide for a second at the entrance. The horseshoe is just non-stop at the second there. Non-stop action between all of those. We have a lot of changes in the midfield here. Take your eye away for a second. The whole grid changes. So still unchanged by your top 4 at the moment. Ollie Wise is still catching Joshua Withcombe. We've lost one driver in this race so far, which is Matthew Whitmarsh. He popped into the pits early doors here. Still lots of changes to be said yet. WC still leading. That gap is very small. So Bella Fairclough up into the top 10 here. Maxim Smith behind, not by too much. So 4/10 between our front runner and also second position here. Ava Morris unable to close the gap at the moment. Has a very quick Archie Dyson and Jarek Metters behind. So we'll keep an eye on that performance there. And going into the hairpin, looks like Fairclough down the inside. Gets ahead of one. That's the 84. Promotes herself up into 9th here, getting ahead of Jasmine Taylor there. As we come down the main straight. And I think she's just made another move as well at Billy's as we look on back over through the S's, ahead of the 84. So maybe just a few changes there I've not been able to see just yet, as it's all action-packed here. And it looks like she's got ahead of Nathan Traverse as well. Out there, 1 minute 30. As the 85 slightly nudged the 13 there at the back of the pack, causing the 13 to drop down to the bottom of the grid. Nevertheless, now on to a minute remaining of this race after a brief, well not brief, a very sudden stoppage at the start. But Joshua Withcombe still leads the way. It's just under half a second, that gap. And Ava Morris still holding on to that P3 with a charging Jarek Metters on the way. As Barnaby Grubb makes up into 18th position, top novice at the minute. So keep an eye on this gap as we come over the start finish for this race. 4/10 again, the gap, and it is 3 seconds between Ollie Wise and Ava Morris. Jarek Metters under a second as one of the back markers getting out of the way of our front runners here. Jarek Metters was the fastest lap of the race here so far and is catching to Ava Morris. We will be leading on to the last lap of this race very shortly. So will she be able to hold out for one last lap? So Joshua Withcombe, then Ollie Wise, Ava Morris, Jarek Metters. It's so close. Will Ollie Wise be able to catch up in time? And it's the same story for Jarrett. Let's go around the horseshoe there. Morris still staying in third position. Meanwhile, we come to the top of the field because it is the checker flag going to Joshua Withcombe, followed by Ollie Wise. And then Ava Morris will get that third position at the end of that. It was 4/10 at the end. Jarrett Metters could not catch up despite his 34.33 fastest lap time there. As the rest of the field comes on through. Archie Dyson did finish 5th as well. Bella Fairclough finished 8th in the end. Top novice will be going to Barnaby Grubb, who takes the checker flag in 18th overall. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Junior Rotax heat number 3 finished for now. Now I believe... Oh, there's someone in the tyre wall at the top bend there. I've only just spotted that. That was Rudy Winslow Morton, I think. Oh dear. Is that a wheel? Oh dear. Anyway, whoever it is, their wheel have come off. Possibly. Right, we'll be on for a short break, the actual break now. So, we'll be back after the break when we'll be in for the finals. We'll see you shortly.
get away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like, yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone, yeah, you're the reason I'm going on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As the intro from this morning runs on through once again. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to rain. Of course it's rained, it's Clay Pigeon Raceway. So we are back after that short break. Since then, a lot of developments have happened. Drivers briefing number 2 for all the drivers, which you would have seen on the live stream, just on the top right of your screens. But yeah, we'll be getting underway shortly. And as it says, it's due to start at 3 o'clock-ish. Shortly-ish. And we are underway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready. Here's the grid on the screen here for you all. So it's Charlie White on pole with Arthur Way on 2nd position. Luke McGould 3rd. Finley Ormshaw 4th. Oliver Ratton 5th. Joseph Davis 6th. Nikita Roberts 7th. 8th is Shailen Sarikantan. Sorry. Finley Thursfield in 9th. 10th, Daniel Barton. Devon Gills 11th. And then Alex Roach in P12 as we go for the formation lap here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Let's go! Rain. As per usual, it's Clay Pigeon Raceway and it has to rain. So to the top bend we go, down the main straight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very much underway. 12 minutes plus a lap plus rain. That is how it is going to go. 3 spinners down at Billy's. And I think Nikita Roberts is one of those drivers there. As we go down at the back straight, ready to see who our leader will be. There's already a battle at the front then. I think that might have been Luke McGould and Charlie White. And it is indeed. As we go from the top bend down the main straight, order on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all. And we are underway. So it is Luke McGould, Charlie White, Oliver Ratton, Finley Ormshaw, Arthur Way, Joseph Davies, Alex Roach, then Finley Thursfield, Shailen Sarikantan, Devon Gills, Nikita Roberts, and then Daniel Barton. As our front pack. Sorry, I got the cough. Something happened at the entrance of the S's, causing some more spins. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the finals after our short break here. And Luke McGould currently leads the way for the Honda Cadet final. Like I said, it's 12 minutes plus a lap. So in the 12 laps, you've got to play it cool for a long time here. There's no point in making any silly moves because that could ruin, or it could improve your race, but it could ruin the race at the same time. So keep it chill as the 22 gets ahead of the number 12, Charlie White here, with Oliver Ratton getting ahead into second position here. Using the word here a lot, apparently. As those split off away from Luke McGool. He has a bit of a gap at the moment. Last time round, he was 1.3 seconds ahead of the field. Let's see if that has changed, because Ratton is fairly quick out there at the minute. So the gap is 1.8 between Ratton and McGool. We'll see if that changes any further in a minute. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, we got for 5th position, I think that's Arthur Way, the number 47. Does get ahead there of, looks like the 76 possibly, of Joseph Davies. I'll have to double check as they come over the line here. Fastest out is a 45.07 set by Luke McGool. So still charging on through. Coming up to the rear is the 36 of Alex Roach. Rain very undecisive at the moment. As it is starting to come down a bit heavier again. As you can see from the video footage that we have. Elijah West saying, come on, Oliver, the number 22, currently in second position, catching to Luke McGool. Luke McGool slightly quicker at the minute, though. So the gap isn't closing as quick as Ratton likes at the moment. Meanwhile, Charlie White's a little bit slower in these wetter conditions, as he's dropped back a lot from Oliver Ratton. We'll go down to our 4th position, where Finney Ormshaw has Arthur Way behind and Joseph Davies. Still unchanged from those. 36 spinning down at the horseshoe there. And coming through, Finney Thursfield, Nikita Roberts, and then Devin Gills. Then Daniel Barton there. So quite evenly spread near the back, and not too much happening in the midfield, nor at the front of the grid. As over the 12 minutes, they spread quite quickly here, the Honda Cadets. But typically, it's raining. So, nearing the halfway mark here for the midfield. It is slowly starting to close up. But for now, we are, at the moment, evenly spread. Starting to be a bit more steady now up here. This camera angle may get a bit affected, this one, because that one's outside, this one's inside. The window's not brilliant. So race-wise at the minute, as the number 12 Charlie White goes on through, as you can see the gaps between White and Ratton have increased massively here. It is a 4-second gap as the 36 spins again. Charlie White coming around the corner. So it's still relatively the same. Five seconds now the gap between Ratton and White. So our top three, I'm not sure we're going to get too much from them over the next 4 minutes. As Bertie Wellesley having a chat with another driver on the bottom left there. And the number 23 is Shaylin Srikantan making a position up on Joseph Davis on the previous time round. Meanwhile, I believe Arthur Way's got ahead of another driver really recently, as we've been looking at other bits. As we come from the top bend here. As once again we've got yellows down at Billy's, and it's, yes, Arthur Way ahead of the 74, so Arthur Way now making progress. As he promotes himself up into 4th position in this race. Looks like the 58 of Daniel Barton making a couple of mistakes here. As he's spun again. I think he spun at Billy's and then spun again at the S's. Rain starting to come down a bit more heavier now. That was the weather on the top right. And that is apparently the weather at the minute. It's definitely not that, but it's raining. Let's get the old one out, shall we? Drizzle. Actually, it's more light rain at the minute. Alex Roach making a position up with Daniel Barton's couple of spins. Nikita Roberts down in 8th position today. As the 28 comes over the line here. That's Devin Gills. Haley Ann Weil saying Bertie and Sam Mitchell having a gossip. They've gone now. So, the highlight of the race, Bertie and Sam having a gossip. Right, let's keep an eye on this midfield here as we're going through the S's, because Arthur Way has Finley Ormshaw and also Shaylin Srikantan right on the rear as we go into the hairpin. It seems like Arthur Way cannot break away at the minute. 74 with a slightly bit more pace in the wetter conditions here. As Oliver Rutten there goes over the line. The gap, by the way, is 4 seconds between our leader. And 7 seconds behind it is Charlie White. So, yeah, Charlie White about 8/10 slower in these conditions at the minute. As the rain is properly coming down. So 30 seconds remains of this 12-minute final. And as a couple of the drivers come through the line here, Arthurway still ahead in their little parts there in P4, 5 and 6, as the 23 was looking to try and overtake the driver in front, Olmshaw. As Davies does have a view of this behind, right in front of him, sorry. But let's see how it goes. Noticing a lot of them not really taking to the outside of the circuit. That's where most of the grip will be. And speaking of grip, Luke McGall taking the last lap here. Don't know why this view looks awesome in the rain. Well, the carts are wobbling. But this rain does not look like it's going to stop for a long time. So towards the top lane goes our race leader, and took it at the start of this race. A very quiet final. But ladies and gentlemen, to take the checkered flag goes Luke McGall to take the win for the Honda Cadets for round number 2 at the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships 2024. Oliver Ratton takes P2, followed by Charlie White, who rounds out your top 3 and your podium positions for this race. Arthurway 4th, Finley Ormshaw 5th, Shaden Srikantan in 6th, Joseph Davies 7th, Nikita Roberts takes 8th position. And shortly we'll have a couple more come through. For Alex Roach taking 11th, Finley with Thursfield 9th, Daniel Barton 12th, and then Devon Gills 10th. In that random order. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Honda Cadets for their final. Elijah West saying, well done, Oliver. Indeed as well, yet finishing second. 5.29 seconds ahead of Luke McGall, who also actually takes the fastest lap of that race as well. Top novice will actually go to Alex Roach, being the only novice out there for the Honda Cadets. I just seen Simon's comment saying something is dripping from your commentary box onto my basement. Can you make it stop? Bloody Jesus. Right, Rotax Cadet final then. Dewey Hockridge and Marley Fisher on the front row, with Stanley Stafford and Oakley Riggs on the second row. Ethan Coupland and Kurt Kaplan third. Louis Lovell and Morgan Weston on the fourth row. Carl 70 and Oscar Richards on the fifth. And then Max Tomsit will start on the back row for this race. As we have 12 minutes here, the 38 spinning there at the exit of the S's. So we shall see how this one goes through. 12 minutes plus a lap. 27 wanting these to get going. It's like, come on, hurry up, I want to go. Lee Renison out there on track as well, making sure they are slow. And we are underway for the Rotax Cadets this time for their final 12 minutes plus a lap. And again, plus rain. So let's see who ends out in front at the end of this first few corners. And that is the 78 of Dewey Hockridge. It won't be Alex's Sweat, that's for sure. Ugh. It is quite warm up here, despite the weather. It's like the commentary box is like a sauna sometimes. Even on the coldest days, it's like a sauna. That's even with holes in the wall. Right, so coming down the main straight, we've got the running order here for the Rotax Cadets. And it's Dewey Hockridge, followed by Marley Fisher, Stanley Stafford, Kurt Kaplan, Oakley Riggs, Louis Lovell, Morgan Weston, Oscar Richards, Marie and the number 17 Max Thompson, and then it is Ethan Coupland to round out your top 11 drivers, and only 11 drivers in this final here. So who will end out on top at this one, as we look at Louis Lovell making an overtake, or potential overtake, as it's been swapped back just before the horseshoe here between the 23 and the 31. And we already have a couple of contact warnings here on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. That is Morgan Weston and also Stanley Stafford both getting contact warnings in this race so far, and it's only just begun. I'll explain why Ethan Coupland, or potentially why Ethan Coupland was at the back of the grid. Who knows? I didn't see it. So, leading the way at the minute is our usual suspects of Dewey Hockridge and then the 81 of Marley Fisher. The 44 of Stanley Stafford in there as well. And I think that's Kurt Kaplan in 4th position at the moment. So as we come down the main straight here, just seeing who will be where at the end of this, with a 2-second gap between 2nd and 3rd. Still not too much happening at this time during this final, as we are 9.5 minutes remaining. Loads of time left to go. So over the line comes Dewey Hockridge, followed by Marley Fisher. That gap is 1.8 seconds. Doesn't look like too much when you look at it like this, but 1.8 in racing is a lot. Dewey Hockridge with the fastest lap as well, with 44.79. Currently looking at 6 or 7 tenths quicker than our second position runner here. So Dewey Hockridge, Marley Fisher. Then Stanley Stafford. Comes Kurt Kaplan next. The gap is 1.7 between Stanley and Kirk. Currently our top novice at the moment so far in this race. And Kirk fairly quick in the wet conditions. Many times up here at Clay, when it's wet, he's been out on the slicks, practicing out there, and it's definitely paying off at the minute. See if he'll be able to catch up with our other drivers, as it has stopped raining, so the track will start drying now, as the 23 of Louis Lovell is only a second behind. Oakley Riggs with a very strong performance today, down in 6th position. So once again another lap, and this time from our top 6, no changes as we are nearing the halfway mark in this cadet final. It is now a mere waiting game to see who will catch up with who as we listen through the next couple of laps here. So 4 minutes remaining. As down at the horseshoe now, we have a bit of potential occurrence here. I haven't gone for another turd emoji. I've been up here the whole time. But Kurt Kaplan in third position here. Whereas the 44 of Stanley Stafford went into the pits a couple of laps ago. Which has changed this race minutely. But which does mean that Kurt Kaplan is looking at a top 3 finish. Which would be... I know, he'd be definitely excited if he got that. But still has to contend with Louis Lovell behind and Oakley Riggs. So through the S's they go. Gap of 3.29 seconds to the leader between Dewey Hockridge and Marley Fisher. And Kurt Kaplan is 10.8 seconds. Haley Ann Wild saying can't even go quiet without being told off. I'm not exactly being told off. There's just not been too much action really in this race so far. Everyone's actually quite evenly spread out. The only bits that we'll be watching at the minute is between Kurt Kaplan and Louis Lovell. The gap is less than half a second here. So with 46 seconds remaining. The gap less than half a second. Who is going to be getting this third position? So going in, it's now 0.35, the gap between Kurt Kaplan and Louis Lovell. As they skate through the S's. Down the back straight we go. Oakley Riggs 1.2 seconds behind those two as Louis Lovell tries the inside as Kurt Kaplan went a little bit wider at the hairpin there. And luckily for Kirk anyway, he stays out ahead. 1 second on the clock and Dewey Hawkridge managed to go over again before the last lap board comes out. Which means there's another lap of defending for Kaplan. Lovell 0.3 behind Kaplan as we approach one of our back markers again, the number 38, that is Oscar Richards. As we go around the hairpin here, and this time the back markers actually helped Kirk a little bit here with the gap increasing as they got in the way during the horseshoe. Meanwhile, Dewey Hawkridge has taken the last lap board here. He's currently going through the S's. Strong performance by Dewey Hawkridge today. Meanwhile, the gap has increased, but Louis Lovell straight back on it again with Oakley Riggs. Blue flags going out to the race leader at the horseshoe. We'll keep tabs on Kurt Kaplan, but at the moment we will see coming up towards the top bend our race winner for this one, which will be very shortly coming down the main straights. And now taking the checker flag goes Dewey Hawkridge to win for the Rotax Cadet final for round number 2. And Marley Fisher takes second. Now we look up to the top here as Kurt Kaplan bouncing up and down to try and secure that P3. My God. The third, fourth and fifth all within 0.2. Actually within a tenth and a half. As the gap between Kurt Kaplan and Louis Lovell was 0.15 and Oakley Riggs was 0.05. That is a close finish for the Rotax Cadets. Kirk there having to bounce in his seat to get to make sure he got it. Bounce. But there we go. Right, we go on to some faster pace action now as we go to our next grid, which is our guest class for this weekend, which is the Senior Blues. So it is David Watts and Anthony Cleal on pole on the front row, with Max Gunter and Callum Jobson on the second row. Steve Groves apparently is on his own on the third row. Michael Bell and Nigel Vickery on the fourth row, with Harry Smithson and David Goody on the fifth, and then Paul Alexander on the back on his own. I don't think that's the case. We still have 5 rows, but I don't know what Alpha's doing there. I've never seen that happen, only today. With the seniors. Blues. Blue. As Boris Johnson would say. So here we go then. The final appearance for the Senior Blues for round number 2. see how this one plays out over the next 12 minutes. It's been action-packed with a couple of the drivers out there on the grid. So we shall see what occurs between these ones. My friendly fly's back again. I thought you left. Can you stop making a noise? Talking to a fly. No way. Either are. So, coming down the main straight then, let's get ready for the Senior Blue final. 12 minutes plus a lap in these damp conditions. And we get underway here for the Senior Blues. And it's side by side for the familiar two. That is the 1 and the O plate. 72 in there as well. Same with car 3 is. A dark horse, in a way. He did retire from the third heat earlier today. So, looking at the number 2, which is Michael Bell, using the outside of the horseshoe. So is the 48, to be fair. So, those using the outside grip to try and keep ahead of everybody else. But your lineup is Watts, Cleel, Jobson, Bell, Gunter, Smithson, Alexander, Groves, Vickery, and then David Goody at the back. As the number 3 making a dive down the inside during the S's and getting ahead of a couple of karts there. So around the hairpin we go for that midfield pack. As the O-plate 1 and 72 sort of spread away. A lot of them using the outside of the corners, like I said earlier. So as we continue on through, we shall see what changes there are in that midfield pack. Like I said, Paul Alexander making up a couple of positions, as well as Harry Smithson. And Michael Bell and Gunter going down a little bit. No changes from our back 3 though. They're still in contention with all of those other drivers ahead. A lot of them trying for that outside grip. Steve Groves on the outside with the 2. The 2 really using that outside line there to stay ahead. It's a smart tactic. So David Watts, followed by Anthony Cleel, Callum Jobson, Paul Alexander, then Harry Smithson, Gunter, Steve Groves, then Michael Bell, Nigel Vickery, and then David Goody. As the 3 trying the inside of the S's once again. Very brave move in these wet conditions. The 3 getting ahead of the 4, but the 4 with a better exit speed. So those 2 return back in their 2 positions that they were originally. So, once again, no change there. Around the horseshoe. So, Watts, Cleel, Jobson, Alexander, Gunter, Groves, Bell, Smithson, Vickery, Goody. As we near 8 minutes remaining. That was 8 minutes 43. But we're 40 seconds away of what the heats have been today. The 2 nearly touching the grass there, going around the horseshoe. Finding the grip out there in these slippy conditions. So let's have a look at the gaps between our drivers here. David Watts currently 3.3 seconds ahead of Anthony Cleel. He is 5.5 seconds to the 72. Paul Alexander 3 seconds behind him. Then the rest of the field are within or just under 1.1 seconds between one another. Apart from David Goody, who's currently 14 seconds behind Harry Smithson, but nevertheless. So the 2 and the 51 have the number 3 behind them. So still unchanged by the rest of the field. Harry Smithson, unfortunately, into the pits there. After a very strong start today, unfortunately having to retire from the Senior Blue final. And that unfortunately is the end of his day. Hopefully we'll see them later in the year when the Two Counties Kart Club come back down. Once again, it's not there's not one visit from them. They have multiple visits today. Speaking of visits, the number 2 down the inside of the 51. Meanwhile, Ian Renison is on the loose. He's got a flat tyre on his mobility scooter. Probably pump that up at some point. So Watts 5.2 seconds ahead with the fastest lap as well. Really, the battle here is between the 8 and 7 here on this occasion. Gunter and Steve Groves. And also the 2 looking around the outside. And ahead he goes. Just like that. That just shows you how much more grip there is on the outside of the course at the moment. Meanwhile, I thought that was our first position runner slowing down then, but it's not. It's the 48 of David Goody, who's currently being lapped in the grid. Currently 1 lap down. He's 3 laps down then, but that's because of Harry Smithson, who retired early on. So not too much action here from the Senior Blues. Look at that. Round the outside he goes again. It's like deja vu just watching that go through. Smithson going to do it again. Sorry, not Smithson. That was number 8, Matt Gunter and Steve Groves. The 2 trying it again. A little bit further back from the 51 this time. Vickery and Bell. So we're nearing 4 minutes remaining on this race. As I did say, it was action-packed, but this one so far is just small battles with our leader currently apparently a lap ahead, but is currently 7.6 seconds ahead of the rest of the field here. So we shall see what occurs over the next couple of minutes.
Attention the pit, this is the last call for 7777 from Senior Rotax to the Summit Grid. And last call for 7777 from Senior Rotax to the Summit Grid. Can I also please have 6161 for 177 to the Summit Grid? That is 6161 for 177 to the Summit Grid, please. Thank you.
Just watching these going on through, and just noticing the gap between Anthony Cleal and Callum Jobson. I think it was like 17 seconds or something like that. Now that is the biggest gap of the day. What's it up to now? 20? Well, 27 to the leader, but 18.18 seconds between second and third. That is pretty large. Just shows you the pace of David Watts and Anthony Cleal. But we're rounding up to 22 seconds remaining in this race. As David Watts goes back over the line once again. He's now into Billy's. But the pace of Watts, every time he visits, is pretty much very quick. But there hasn't really been too much action here from the Senior Blues during this final, especially in the stages where we weren't doing too much. But, no, Jesus, 19.3 seconds now. And nevertheless, I believe this is our race. Yeah, it's our race leader here, who is coming over the line now for the last lap of this race. It's been a long time coming for the last lap, as we will be venturing shortly to the Senior Rotax, which I'm sure is going to be very action-packed and non-stop action. We shall see. But nevertheless, we will wait until Mr. Watts here goes around the horseshoe to the right-hander, which is also known as Buttons, towards the top end, and we shall round out the Senior Blues appearance for this round with David Watts taking the checkered flag here and winning for the Senior Blue final. Anthony Cleal, he's still not gone over the line yet, as Anthony Cleal goes over the line 11.03 seconds later. And then David Goody in 9th. This is how big the lead was. It's a huge lead. There it is, 21 seconds! Whoa, that's a big gap. And it looks like at the end there, Paul Alexander getting ahead of Max Gunter by the looks of it. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Senior Blues completed. As we move to the Senior Rotax next, a big final. So Sam Mitchell followed by Billy Edgecombe on the front row, with Jack Maidman and Cameron Crockett on the second row. Jamie Burton, Rufus Lan on row 3. Then we'll be going on to our next couple of rows, with Daniel Tribe and Arthur Thacker on row 4, and then row 5 will be Dan Milner and then Bertie Wellesley, who managed to get into the top 10 for the final. So as we come on out of the pit lane here, ladies and gentlemen, we run for the biggest final of today, or one of the biggest anyway. We've got two big finals, and that is with the seniors to begin with. Now you'll notice that not a lot of them are weaving, mainly because they got told off for weaving. Yeah, that's what they had their second one. Nasty Rainsbury saying, Salmon Pole, good luck, Team Birrell.
Attention pit, please grab Junior Rotax to the dummy grid. That is Junior Rotax to the dummy grid. Thank you.
actually in the regs you're not allowed to weave, but I don't think anybody reads regs. I haven't seen the regs for this anyway. I don't need to. And we are underway for the start of the Senior Rotax final here. Oh, we got a spinner, the number 17, right in the middle of the S's. Sorry, I laughed because I heard someone say, "Oh, Sam, for sake." That's a funny reaction. Right, so the 14 Arthur. Woo! Arthur Thacker there on the outside of the horseshoe there. Making up loads of positions. Right, let's give you the running order then. So it's Edgecombe, followed by Crockett, Burt, the Tribe, Milner, Mitchell, Thacker Flan, Rowledge, then Page. That sounded weird saying Thacker Flan. Thacker Flan. Almost sounds like an 80s pop song. For the Shaka Khan. So we already have 2 contact warnings in this race with Dan Milner and Daniel Tribe. So coming down the main straight comes our first few. So Edgecombe, Crockett, Burt. Edgecombe leading the way very steadily through the S's. As we go into the hairpin, Edgecombe really being defensive here. We're not going to see a lead at the moment. Going around we go. We've got the, obviously, Cameron Crockett up there at the front. Top bend and then down the main straight. Daniel Tribe with the fastest lap at the minute, 41.83. That midfield very tight as we go into the S's. A couple of them treading steadily as the 69 there. A little bit sideways on the exit. Our top 4 breaking away slightly here as we come into the horseshoe. Who's that on the outside? It's the 14 of Arthur Thacker. Trying for a slingshot with the outside. At the moment, it's just keeping him relatively in place with the rest of the field. Most of these are taking the sort of dry line around here at the minute. But it is still quite damp, the track. And in the current conditions, don't think it's going to dry for the end of the day. Especially not during this race, that's for sure. As we had a driver going slow there. We lost 2 drivers so far in this race, which is Ellis Warlock and Brody Skinner, and somebody else retiring here as well, down at Billy's. Can't see who it was, unfortunately. But coming down the main straight, we come back to our leader, which is Billy Edgecombe, followed by Crockett, Burt, Tribe, then Milner, Flan, Mitchell, Rowledge, Thacker, and then Ben Page. Jamie Bradfield given the mechanical flag. So, out there with a mechanical. Edgecombe and Crockett sort of splitting away from the rest of the field here. 66, and it looks like it might be his chain guard that's come off. He is going back round again though. Yeah, he doesn't have a chain guard. It's come off during the final. Right then, Billy Edgecombe massively defensive into the hairpin on Crockett. As the 61 of Daniel Tribe and Jamie Burt, 3rd and 4th. You can hear them slapping that curb. Look at them take that curb. I like this angle. I wish I had a camera right next to that curb. Imagine cameras all in the curbs around here. That'd be fucking awesome. So friggin'. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Just see, all you see is just a cart going over the top. Whoa. If money wasn't an object. So down the main straight we come between Crockett and Edgecombe. Both of those two swapping their fastest lap positions. It's almost like a checkerboard pattern for the sector times. But there's nothing in between those two as Edgecombe spins at the exit of the S's. And that's thrown. He's driving a bit too far the wrong way. That is throwing him right out of the top 10 and right out of this race. But there is 6 minutes remaining. How far can he recover in this race? We shall find out. And it just shows you how tight this pack is. So Cameron Crockett promoted to P1 with Tribe, then Burt, Flan, Mitchell, Rowledge, Thacker, Ben Page. My ad block has been updated. My God. It's not the time. I don't care if my ad block is... Oh, I don't use an ad blocker. I don't know what you mean. Right, so after that, Billy Edgecombe lost 14 positions. Oh my God, I'm looking at the screen and it just said, I was like, why has it gone white? Ad block has been updated. So, lost 4 drivers in this race. We have Jamie Bradfield, Daniel Beards, Ellis Warlock, and Brody Skinner, all retiring from this final. Billy Edgecombe just setting the fastest lap here of a 40.8. He is 0.02 thousandths quicker than Crockett. So he is just getting onto, Edgecombe just getting onto the back of Ollie Hughes. As, you can hear them slap that curb. Holy moly. That ball chassis. Right, so Edgecombe 0.6 behind the pack now, so he's starting to catch up. Has taken him 2 minutes. So it's taken him a couple of laps here to get back up to the back of the pack. It's just going to see how quickly he can clear the rest of the pack. On the outside of the 75, trying to do an Arthur Thacker, aka right on the outside of the circuit, on the outside lines. Flipping it, because every time Cameron Crockett goes over line, you just hear eating the curb, I think the word should be used. So through the S's we go for a few of our drivers here, one of those being the 51. Holding off the 75 and 14. So into the hairpin we go. Horseshoe next. 14 on the inside of the 75. Those two swap positions. Last lap, no changes in our lineup, so we're going to get that come on through. And looks like we've got another swap. No, not yet. Not yet, not yet. From the top bend, as one of the drivers getting a little bit squirmy on the exit there, the number 34. So a couple of changes. So the Thacker getting ahead of Mitchell, and then Bertie Wellesley losing a couple of positions out there, down in 15th as Billy Edgecombe goes up to 14th. So Edgecombe putting himself right back in there. 2.5 minutes remain. Jesus Christ. I still can't get over the sounds. So back over the line we go. Keeping an eye on Edgecombe again. as he makes yet another position up into P13. As Martin losing a couple of places here. So Edgecombe really pushing now as he's in this field to get ahead of everybody else to try and hopefully squeeze some more points. Obviously, the higher up he goes, the more points it is for his championship fight. Arthur Thacker, everybody! Oh no, it wasn't Arthur Thacker, it's the 48. It's Bertie! It's Bertie Wellesley! Oh, it doesn't have the same ringtone, does it? Sorry, Bertie. Right, so at the front, the 61 now being challenged by the 25, as we have a spinner from the one kart that's not looking like it's going to get going. Having issues trying to get going again. Billy Edgecombe right on the inside at the exit of the hairpin. Where's he up to now? Last time out he's on P12. And I've lost him. And now he's trying to dispatch this group at the top here. Contact warning given to Rufus Flan. So here we go over the line. Billy Edgecombe flies up into P10 here. And that's now going to be 9th before the S's. You can see the pace from Billy Edgecombe here. Dropping from 1st to 15th. And now climbing back up the ladder once again. There's a bit of a gap though to 8th position here. And with only 20 seconds remaining here, there isn't much time left to go. It was Robert Simpson, who was the one over the line there. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, I didn't realise it was this close at the front of the pack. So it's Cameron Crockett, followed by Arthur Thacker, who jumped up 3 positions. Followed by Jamie Burt, Daniel Tribe, Rufus Flan, Mitchell, Rowledge, Page, and then Edgecombe, like I said, in P9. The clock has ticked to 0. So there isn't really too much time left remaining, and Edgecombe had a 1.3 second gap before the start of this lap. So over the line goes Cameron Crockett as he bounces over the kink curb. Through the S's he goes, as Arthur Thacker is looking for a second position spot here, as he's already making a gap between him and 3rd position. So up towards top bend we go. Sam Mitchell given a contact warning. But coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag here goes Cameron Crockett. Rosie Armstrong, we're going over the line for 17th. Arthur Thacker will take 2nd, followed by Jamie Burt in 3rd. 4th goes to Rufus Flan, and then Daniel Tribe will take 5th. Sam Mitchell takes 6th with Zach Rowledge 7th. Billy Edgecombe gets 8th position at the end. Ben Page 9th, and then Henry Swanson rounds out your top 10. Best lap in that race goes to Billy Edgecombe with his half recovery drive to a 40.63. So Cameron Crockett winning that one. One man's mistake is another man's victory. And Crockett takes a win for the Senior Rotax Final. So then we got 1 for recovery, but meanwhile, whilst that is happening, we will go for the Junior Rotax Final here. This is going to be a big one. So clench your buttocks, get ready for a final like no other, possibly. So it's Ollie Wise and Joshua Withcombe on the front row. On the front row, as all your drivers. So I was just looking at Jeff, he looked lost. Right, so Ollie Wise and Joshua Withcombe on the front row. Like I said. God, that was funny. Ava Morris and Archie Dyson on the second row, with Max Chown and Albert Winton on the third row, with Nathan Traverse and Maxim Smith on row 4, and then Jasmine Taylor nearly got there. So close. Jasmine Taylor and Zach Burke on the 5th row. A couple other names there. Ben Fairclough just outside the top 10. So let's see how this Junior Rotax final is going to take place. Some competitive drivers out there today. Go on, Ryan, let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is just gone 8 minutes past 4 here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. We are on to our final of the finals. That good old saying again. So, run, Forrest, run! So this is the last one, ladies and gentlemen. 12 minutes plus a lap. And then we'll get to the trophy presentation. So let's see how this one plays out, shall we? Spin that wheel. I don't know why Wheel of Fortune just came in. Right. Let's get it started. It is the Junior Rotax final. The final of the finals. Finally. As lots of people are spinning. Can you tell it's juniors? He's going to have muddy tyres. He's going to have muddy tyres. She's got muddy tyres. He's breaking down. And my overlay is broken down as well. Love it. Fixed. I fixed it. Lovely Louise from LPR, just popping herself onto the fence to watch this final.
If we could have senior match driver number 51 to race control, please. That's senior match 51 to race control.
So the 88 there in the juniors looks like it's going to break down before the start, but we are underway and racing for the Junior Rotax final. Like I said, the final of the finals today. And at the final race of today, my overlay's broken again. Whoa. There we go, fixed. As we're all steadily side by side through the S's. So around the hairpin we go. That is a tight pack at the back. Let's see how this next 11.5 minutes turns out to be, as the 31 also potentially retiring here. A couple of them not making to the end of the race. As we fly on through here. Look at that pack go. So it's Withcombe, Wise, Dyson, Ava Morris, Max Chown, Albert Wilton. Cross country by another driver. We've got Zach Burke, Maxim Smith, Jaden Mead, and then Nathan Traverse is in your top 10 at the line. And I will explain at the line because it may have changed already. The WC of Joshua Withcombe at the front. Ava Morris defending off here. Very slow to, I think it's Max Chown that might be behind her. As we do have one off at the exit, or through the right-hander there. So still going through. Ava Morris still defending off Max Chow behind her. Ava Morris putting up a very strong fight here today as we have gone through the races. She has gone down a position to Max Chow. Just as I say that though. So a change there. So there goes your leader. Going even quicker in this race as well, 41.3. 2 tenths quicker than second place at the minute. As Max Chow gets ahead of Ava Morris, like I said. A couple more changes to go on through. as we are carefully, steadily going through this race here. We've lost one drive. We've not lost any drivers. I thought we did. Was that at the start? Yeah. One name won't be on there. So the 17 trying the outside of the horseshoe there. As a contact warning's gone out to Rudy Winslow Morton. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Ava Morris leading to the 96 in 5th position. Very defensive into the hairpin. As the 96 given a run for her money. As down the inside, the 57 nearly barging out of the way here. Zach Burke there. A little bit too quick into the corner there, nearly affecting a couple of people's races, but allowing Ava Morris to have a bit more of a gap behind her than she did initially. As she steadily goes into the first corner of Billy's. Through the S as she goes, and down the back straight with the 96 now closing that gap a little bit quicker now. So a lot going through here. The 15 there of Bella Fairclough in 13th position. Behind Lucas Reeves. Trying to make a position up where she can. Contact warning given to Zach Burke. And also to Maxim Smith as well. So we've got quite a few stuff on the messages screen here on Alpha. Which is on the left-hand side of the screen for the moment. As we go on through a little bit further down at the hairpin. We have the 53 followed by the, I think that's the 30 of Maxim Smith. So down the main straight comes 3rd, 4th, and then comes the rest of this pack. As Ava Morris drops down a couple of positions here, Zach Burke goes up a position as well. As the rest of the pack starts to follow suit. Ava Morris over the S's, down the back straight we go. Matthew Whitmarsh losing a couple of positions there, and another couple of contact warnings given to Maxim Smith and Zach Burke again. So 6 minutes now remaining in this final. Two seconds the gap is between first and second. 6 seconds between second and third. So there goes your leader, just going over the line there. And then goes your second position player of Ollie Wise. So in front of the 72 is the 76 and Max Chown, defending for that third position that is currently out there. Just noticing Josh, is that Josh Spence? Two people going down the order at the same time. Josh Spence into the pits, unfortunately. So that's 2 drivers out of this race so far. 25 remain. .444 left on the clock. That was weird. I looked at it and it actually felt like a second looking at it. So number 15 starting to catch to the 16. Better Fairclough to Lucas Reeves. Keeping an eye on it all going through. Jaden Mead and Zach Burke given a couple of contact warnings. It feels like Zach Burke's on his third, I think. How many Zach Burke had today? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's Zach Burke's third contact warning. Jaden Mead down a couple of positions, down to 10th. Zach Burke up into 8th. Like I said, with his third contact warning in this race. So blue flags are out there on the circuit. Jarrett Mace is making up another position up into 4th. And the 15 Better Fairclough upper position as we're just looking to go now down the line there. Trying to sneak up into 11th next. That's our next target of Nathan Traverse. Let's see how it goes as behind Fairclough though it goes Reeves. Jarrett Metta's given a contact warning as well. This is a lot of warnings. Over the line there you go. Jarrett Metta's also setting the fastest lap of this race as well. So keeping an eye on what's going on out there as Max Chown is in third. Just Metta's trying to sneak in front, trying it at the horseshoe. Very close between the two. Not too many movements elsewhere on the grid at the moment. But Joshua Withcombe, Ollie Wise. Still your two out there. 1.1 second gap. Still 9 seconds between third and fourth. With 1 minute 57 remaining. And it was a runner Sarkis. That is the first time I've mentioned him today. Up into 15th position. So many drivers I don't mean to, but I haven't mentioned today so far. As Aidan Clark makes up a couple of positions on Max Lovell and Wilf Mogridge. So yellow flags down at Billy's, and that's another retiree here. Fortunately cannot see the name. And Jarek Metters here. Second black, well, not the second black flag for him, but this is the second black flagger today. Jarek Metters has been black flagged. I've never actually seen the black flag on the digiboard before. Can you tell it's a junior Rotax race, everyone? Just look at Alpha. So Jarek Metters got up into third, but obviously black flagged. It was the 84, Jasmine Taylor, that is out of this race, retiring down at Billy's. 28 seconds remain. As Jarek Metters has gone down around twice with the black flag. So the clock is at 0. So the next time that Joshua Withcombe, the WC plate, comes over the line, we will be looking at the last lap. No clue where he is. There he is. He's gone. Meanwhile, it's 0.2, the gap between first and second. So let's keep an eye on these two as we go on round. So through the S's, down the back straight. Like I said, it is close between the WC and the 55. As Jarek Metters is now in the pits from his black flag. Still very close between our two front runners here as they go through the right-hander towards the top bend. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be coming to the final checkered flag of round number 2. And it is going to be going to, provisionally, the WC plate of Joshua Withcombe, followed by Ollie Wise. Down at the bottom of the grid, we've got Daniel Clancy, Cian Downer, Izzy Lawton, Aidan Clark, Max Lovell and Wilf Mogridge going over the line from 17th to 22nd. Archie Dyson will take 3rd, followed by Max Chown in 4th. Maxon Smith 5th, Ava Morris 6th, Zach Burke in 7th, even with his 3 contact warnings. Albert Wilton in 8th, Jada Mead 9th, and then Bella Fairclough does round out your top 10. She did finally make it to the top 10 at the end of this race. Fastest lap was to Jarek Metters, and he did a 39.8. Obviously, it was a black flag, like I said. Okay then. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Oh, there is no more grids, Alex. That is it for round number 2. Like I said, that is the last one. Junior Rotax final. And we are all done for round number 2. So that's another round complete, another month complete. And that means we all get to go home. Unless you're all at home already, but you never know. Wherever you're watching. We'll be taking pictures of the trophy presentation later on today. But for now, thank you all very much for watching. If you did like this live stream and you haven't done so yet, please hit that like button. It would be much appreciated. Also, if you do want to keep tabs on any extra content over now and next round, then please hit that subscribe button and get subscribed ready for the next adventures here on the YouTube live stream. And also, we have a bit more content over now and then, including some highlights from a couple of the classes from round number 2. But anyway, I've been Alex. Thank you ever so much for watching. Go and enjoy your Mother's Days if you haven't done so yet, because that's what I'm going to do in a minute. We'll see you all soon. Goodbye.